Hello everyone, I am Steph Green and I'm here with Five on a Bike video production, and we are live at the Care Show where we are experiencing a beautiful dance at the moment. Hello there, welcome to the Care Show. We have just opened our doors and everyone is flooding in now. That was a wonderful performance and I'll head back to the studio now, but I'll see you a bit later.
Hello, welcome to the Care Show. We are today running a Meet the Speaker stand. So there's some amazing speakers today talking about all sorts of great things to do with social care. And throughout the day, and we're going to be live all day, we're going to be going out talking to the different speakers from different organisations. So I think first up we've got Zoe Fry from the Outstanding Society who's going to come talk to us. We're also speaking to Big Ian today, who you might know of Big Ian fame. We are speaking to Daniel Casson, who is a care tech consultant. We're also speaking to Stephen Burke, who is the MD of the Hallmark Foundation, and many, many more throughout the day. So at Five on a Bike, we make videos for the care sector, and we are here today just to kind of spread the positive word about the care sector, about all the amazing things that happen. So today will all be, from us, will be all about positivity, great stories, great innovations, things that are happening in the sector that will make you smile, will make you laugh. We will also answer the age-old debate about whether you should have butter and jam on your toast. That is one of the things that we'll be covering off today, butter and jam. And we'll be going live out all around the show all day at different points. So what can you expect? So what could you do to help us today? This is live, so hopefully there's 10,000 people watching us right now on YouTube. If you're one of them, give us a wave. Maybe write hello in the chat box. It would be amazing if you could take the link of where you are and share it across all your social media platforms. It really helps us spread the word about the positivity in the care sector. Every single day we go to different homes and we hear amazing stories about people that are just offering spectacular care to people, and they really care. And there's care workers, and there's the housekeeping teams and the kitchen teams who are all dedicate all of their working hours to delivering amazing care, and we want to hear all about those. So if you're watching now and you're a speaker and you haven't spoken to me already, come and find us. We're at G95 doing this is where the studio is. Come along, book yourself in for a speaking slot. We are also offering free professional headshots all day. So right at the back near the keynote stage, we've got a little studio set up professional camera, professional studio, all lit nicely. Come along, have your headshot taken for free, update your LinkedIn profile, update your company's a team page. Bring your whole team, come along with everybody. Come along to that stand, get your photos taken, say hi to Jack from 500 Bike who's running it, and he will take care of you. So what else is going on? So I've got my whole team here today. You won't be able to see them at the moment, but behind the camera in front of me is Ben from 500 Bike, who's a content creator. Ben can wave. He's going to wave at me right now. You can't see Ben, so there's no point in waving, but he is waving. We've got Chris working on the vision mixer and directing everything, making sure he's got about 100 screens in front of him, make sure everything's working. He's going to look over at me and give me the confidence that we're live and we're happy, right? Yeah, we're good. We've got Sakara and Steph who are doing the live links around the show. So, what else? I might go through the show guide. Hopefully, we're going to have one Michael Corbett over to see us shortly. I see Scott Sheridan, who'll be coming for an interview later. It is, yeah, it's like a little show. I think I need a pipe as well. So just to let you know, I'm talking to someone off camera called Scott, who will come and have a sit-down interview with us later. It's very busy here, so you can't see behind me, but I'm looking out onto the Care Show. Lots of people buzzing around, lots of people walking by. So let's have a look at some of the speakers that are on the stages today. So if you're not here, why not? And can you come tomorrow? So you can still sign up to come tomorrow if you want. So today, what's the time? What's the time now? I also see another famous social care influencer walking past in Mr. Paul Blaine, who's already booked in for an interview with us later. He'll come past. So the first talk this morning is opening remarks from Big Ian, followed by an innovation in intergenerational care with Stephen Burke. I spoke to Stephen last week before the show, and intergenerational care is all about kind of setting up facilities, setting up functions to allow residents in care homes to interact with children in schools. So that might be something like setting up a creche in the show, a creche in your care home, or a club once a week where the local school comes in, and it's all about that really positive intergenerational care where you can have an elderly resident living in a care home who's able to have unique interactions with the young children. It helps break down that stigma of what social care is about and what social care is like. So that should be a really interesting talk. Going through the day, we're speaking later on to James Landmore, the Enterprise Customer Success Manager from Birdie. They're talking about how to expertly onboard your team with new tech. So that should be very interesting. I think, I find the onboarding process, when you onboard new team members, I think that's really important. As a manager or as an owner of a care home, you should dedicate time when new people start, buddy them up with somebody, really help them settle in. Those first few weeks are so important to get people on board and to help them feel the right way and for it all to work. So I think what we might do now is look to see whether we can go back out live to Steph. There she is. There's Steph. We might go back out live to Steph, who'll interview a few people.
Hello again, everyone. We are really...
handing over to you, Steph.
Are we live? Are we live? Hello again, everyone. We are
Seamless.
back here at the entrance of the Care Show. It's really, really filling out now. I think there's a real buzz around the place. I don't want to say post-pandemic times, but it still feels a little bit like post-pandemic times, and everyone is so excited to be here. So it's really, really good energy. I'm just going to start walking. I don't know if Sakara, the camerawoman, wants to walk with me, but she's going to walk with me. And we're just going to go look at some of the stands that we have. So there's a few names that I recognise from previous shows, and there's a few names that I don't recognise. But throughout the day, I'm planning on going around and meeting them. I don't know if they want to talk to me, but I'm probably going to make them. So we have Ableist Systems at D18. Hello. We have Sona. Sona has some lovely pastries. If you want a breakfast, come to Sona. We've got Biobax Limited, who has some very exciting cleaning supplies. The Care Business Awards. So I think we may have been to this award show once before. It sounds very exciting. Lots and lots of things going on today. Very, very exciting. I'm going to try and find someone, hopefully, who wants to talk to me. It's going to be an unsuspecting victim though, so we shall see. There's lots of chocolates around as well, so if anybody is a chocolate fan, come to our stand. We have Lindor's. We have been told many times that we are the luxury chocolate here because lots of people do celebrations and heroes and things, but we splurged a little bit on ours. So I'm going to come and walk down the little alleyway here and see if we can find someone. I might nip over to Radar. Now, Radar has sponsored many things recently, so maybe they would like to talk to us and be on our live stream. So let's have a little look. Here we go. Hello, Radar. We are doing a live stream right now, and I've just chosen you as my unsuspecting victim. Who are you? What's your name?
Ridwan from Radar Healthcare.
Hello, and tell me a little bit about Radar Healthcare. What do you do?
So we're a risk quality and compliance platform serving the health and social care sector. So supporting them digitalize their processes and leading to sort of organizational learning and continuous improvement across all of that.
Amazing, awesome. And how does it feel to be here today?
It's brilliant. It's actually my second show. I've only done one before. I'm very new to this and the sector as well, so we're really excited to be here.
Lovely. And who would you like to see kind of coming over to your stand? Who are you looking forward to talking to the most?
Anyone from the residential, social care, home care, residential care groups, and have found a lot of benefit with what Radar do. So that's where we sort of are right now.
Awesome. And one final question then, what are you most looking forward to at the show today?
I really want to actually meet a lot of people from the residential care sector. For me as well, for me, exposure to actually understand what they're going through, what they're doing, how their job is, and what their life, day-to-day life is. That's what I'm really excited to actually find out about.
Lovely. Well, thank you for talking to me. I know that was a bit sudden. Come along with me. So we are just going to carry on walking through. I think I might head on back to the studio now, or you might be sent to a little video from us, and I will find someone else, and I'll be back very, very soon. See you soon.
I'm on, am I? I'm live. Didn't know, hello. Right, so I'm back live. Thank you very much, Steph, for that, for talking to some of the stand holders and talking to some different people. Hopefully we'll have Michael Corbett along here soon, who we'll sit down and grab an interview with. But let's go through a few more different things and see what's going on for the day, see what's going on. Oh, this is something actually, the Beer and Bubbles Lounge. So there is a place, a secret place within the Care Show where there is, I think it's free, beer and bubbles. As you come into the show, if you go right and go all the way to the right-hand bottom corner of the show, it's the Beer and Bubbles Lounge. And in there, as I understand it, free beer and bubbles. So, I mean, it is quite early, so you might want to wait till a little bit later. Maybe they haven't got that up and running yet. But, it's a great innovation. Really the objective of this show is to bring people together, is to share all the different things that are going on in the sector. So people can come along and see all in one place. I was here yesterday setting up the studio, and it's an incredible undertaking, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people here from different companies, from different care providers, setting up stands to tell you, the visitor, all about all the great things that are happening in the care sector, all of the great new technologies you can have, even just, things like beds, laundry, there's literally hundreds of exhibitors to come and have a look at, plus all these little extra bits and pieces that that Care Show put on. So there's a few different stages. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stages with lots of different presentations on there as well. And what else is there? Okay, and there's the gratitude wall. So I guess an opportunity to share why you're grateful at the Care Show. I think that's down by the entrance. There's the Outstanding Society Learning Lounge. We'll be talking to Zoe shortly. A quiet and relaxed room. I tell you what, I think by the end of the day I might need a quiet and relaxed room. And then there's the meet the inspector. So I think this is something really, really interesting and important. A great coup for the Care Show to get the CQC along here, so you can go and talk to them, find out what they're looking for, meet the inspector. So I think right now, if we're ready to go out to something, I'll hand over. So thank you very much. Thank you, Steph.
Hello again, thank you, York. I am here at the Care England stand with Darren, and I'm just going to have a little chat with him. So Darren, how are you?
I'm really well, thank you. Yeah, we're excited to be here and looking forward to the show. Yeah, it looks fantastic. So busy already.
It does feel like everyone has just flooded in, and it is already super, super busy, kind of 5 minutes in. So obviously we're here with Care England. Tell me a little bit about Care England. What is it? What's it do?
We are a membership organisation. We represent care providers in England, from care home owners right through to home care providers. And we're delighted to be here and hoping to meet a lot of our members and hopefully some new members as well.
Lovely. So in your opinion, who do you think is the best person to come and talk to you today? Who would you like to encourage to come to your stand?
Everyone and anyone, if they're a care provider, if they supply the care sector, please come over, have a chat with us. We've got some great partners on the stand. Our partners GoZeal, who are involved in tax rebates, are here. We've got Mar Procurement, we've got Citation, are going to be here tomorrow. Our very well-known Chief Executive, Martin Green, will be here tomorrow as well. So please come over and have a chat to us. Always welcome, and really delighted to see everyone.
Lovely. I do feel like Martin Green is a big celebrity in the care sector, so many people can come to this stand if they'd just like to meet him. I really enjoyed meeting him.
Yeah, and people get so disappointed. They come across and say, "Oh, is Martin here?" And I say, "Oh, not today."
Just me. Little old me.
Then they're gone.
Well, there you go. They're just here to meet him
We're
then.
thinking of getting a cardboard cutout of Martin just to sort of have here when he's not here. So there we go. That's maybe authentic.
I think that's a great idea. Oh, hello.
I came from the studio. This won't work. I'll need that one. What are you talking about? What's going on?
We're
what's
talking
big?
about who we're hoping to see and who's coming here to the Care England stand. And yeah, just really looking forward to the event. And already it's really busy and fantastic.
I was at dinner last night with a lady from Scotland who mentioned Care England. So, you are reaching a wider audience outside of your scope. So,
Wow.
be careful. I
Well,
know Care Scotland might come and have a word. But I'll leave you to talk to Steph.
Thanks for that. Really, really putting Darren on the spot here. So tell me what you're most excited for about the show today then.
Well, as I say, meeting new top partners potentially, meeting some new members, talking to care providers about how we might be able to help them. Obviously, it's very tough times with the care sector at the moment. So please, I encourage them, come over, talk to us. Our head of policy's here today, George, and we do a lot of work behind the scenes trying to help care providers and just generally for the sector as a whole.
Lovely. Okay, and what's your stand number?
D100.
Okay, head on over to D100, talk to Darren. Martin will be here tomorrow.
Martin will be here tomorrow.
Come tomorrow if you want to meet Martin and get yourself that cardboard cutout. Thank you, Darren. Okay, I'm going to make Sakara walk backwards. And we are going to have a little walk around again. I'm going to give York some time to get back to our studio and sit back down in his chair and get his breath back because he sprinted here from our studio. So I'm going to walk a little bit round. We are now at the back of the hall. So if you walk in and kind of head straight to the back, these are the stands that you'll be seeing. We've got Staff Scanner, we've got Curum Care. And I'm going to head towards our stand to give you a little bit of an insight into what we're doing. So York will be pulling speakers off of the stage all day today, and he has done already. This is a little bit of a behind the scenes here. We have our colleague Harper is on the vision mixer there. We have York prepping up his next victims for speaking on the sofas. This is Zoe from the Outstanding Society, I believe, and her colleague. And I'm probably going to hand over to you soon. In a minute, York. Do you want me to fill some more space? I can fill a little bit more space. So that's one of our stands. Let me go over to our other stand, who no one's currently here. So there's no queues yet. So everybody, come over to this stand. This is our colleague, Jack. He is going to be your photographer for the day. So all you need to do is come over. I'm going to do a real-time photo, Jack. I hope you're ready. So come on over, scan the QR code, fill out your details, stand on the marks here, and Jack will take a photo. He's going to take a photo of us right now. Here we go. Lovely. Make sure you send that to me, Jack. It's all very high-tech. He just takes it on a laptop. York is just prepping Zoe and Co for their interviews, so I will probably head over in a minute. We have a fan over here who's following us. He wants to be interviewed, does he? Here he comes. Hello there, sir. What's your name?
How are you? Hi, Andrew Singh.
Andrew, tell me what company you're from today.
Yes, we're here at the Rialto Group. It's a comms and engagement mobile application for workforce, yeah.
Lovely. And do you have a stand today, or are you visiting?
Actually, C95, you got to come check us out.
Visit C95 to visit Rialto. Who are you hoping comes to your stand today?
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking for operations managers, we're looking for HR directors, we're looking for communications officers and directors, anyone that deals with engagement, communications, and anything like that. We're definitely interested in speaking with you.
Lovely. Well, thank you for coming over for an interview. I didn't think you'd come over. And I'll make sure that people's head your way.
Absolutely.
We'll see you soon.
Opportunity to buy the booth, definitely.
We will do. We'll never turn down that opportunity. Okay, I think we might be ready over in York's stall now, talking to Zoe from the Outstanding Society. So I will head on back to him.
Hello, we're back in the studio and we have our first guests of the day. So let's say hello to Zoe and Sanjay. So Zoe, can you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are. Sort things out behind there and cover. So what I'll do is I'll set some context. So we worked recently with the Outstanding Society. We made a video for their new app, and this in the same way that 500 Bicar, the Outstanding Society is all about spreading good practice, good news, and everything. So Zoe, tell us a bit about the Society, what it aims to do.
Absolutely. So the Society is open to everybody. It's free membership. We have virtual meetings, newsletters. We've released our app this week. It's all about sharing and celebrating best practice, helping others to improve, and also celebrating careers in social care. So we're all very positive.
Lovely. And from your perspective, Sanjay, how do you get involved? What do you do with the Society?
So I was asked to join the team, and it was an absolute honour and a privilege. So back in the day, the Outstanding Society had a slightly different look and a different mission. And then the new team have really decided that it's about celebrating and sharing. We're not there to sell, so there are no sales. It's all about learning. And that's what made it really brilliant, because actually what we've got is a space where it's peer-to-peer sharing. And it works really, really well, because I sit there, and even though we've got the full 5 stars outstanding, what happens is I'm getting great ideas from other providers. And the industry in the sector's changed, because people really now want to share. They're not as guarded anymore about setting a wall up going, oh my God, these are my secrets. Everyone wants to improve together, because it's only through that we all look good. So it's a really, really great way to deliver this wonderful mission.
And I've seen it. I've worked in the sector for about 7 or 8 years.
Yes.
And before the pandemic,
Yeah.
the barrier for competition was high, right? Yeah. People did not want to share. Even, often, even if you've got a care home down the road from you or another home care company, you're actually not really servicing the same people. So I think there's magic in sharing those ideas, taking someone who's achieved something like an outstanding, even if it's not an outstanding, even if it's just something good and interesting they're doing, and because I think we can all go and get the bad stories, but there's no function for the good stories. So you guys are the arbitrators of the good news. Hopefully humans will endeavour to prove to you that they do want to hear about good stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, a really great example just recently, York, was the Ruth French, who's one of our other directors, and she runs a company called Stowe Healthcare. She had this great idea, and I heard her talking about it, and I was like, oink. And I literally said, I'm stealing this idea from you. I love it. I think it's genius. What's the idea?
Tell us the idea.
It's a dignity hazard box, or a dignity hazard training. So it's a real life, when you're doing your driver's license, and they do the hazard awareness. So we teach people about dignity and respect and making sure that we deliver really good, compassionate care. Ruth set up an idea at Stowe where you go into a room and they've set up dignity hazards. So it might be a used pad in the corner, it might be the clothes are untidy, it might be that the water's out of reach, the glasses are dirty. They're really small ideas to spot opportunities where you can improve dignity. So that real life training, and it's immersive, it's implementable, and it's really great. So we came up with our way of doing it, having heard her way, and so we've adapted it, made it the close version, and we thank them for the great idea. So That's peer-to-peer sharing. It's free, it's interesting, it was exciting, and actually the training's gone down a real storm with our team. And that came from one of my competitors, as it were.
I mean, and that's great, and that's what we're looking to do, share ideas. Ultimately, and I really do believe this, everybody I meet, nearly everybody, there's some, are motivated by delivering excellent care to people, looking after their teams, so they can have a good life, so they can give the people that they look after a good life. And that does seem to me genuinely what people are motivated by. I'm not saying it's perfect, right? There are some people, but that's fine. Everyone's got their own motivation, but most people are motivated by the sector. Have either of you got a story about why you decided to work in the care sector, or something that's brought you to the sector?
So several years ago, I started working in nursing homes at the age of 13. I went on to train to be a nurse, worked in the NHS for a little while, became a manager in the NHS. And my grandparents were in nursing homes, and sadly the care wasn't that good. So my mum and dad said, couldn't you do any better, and invested, and I found a beautiful nursing home, 23-bedded home. I owned it for 13 and a half years, achieved the first outstanding rating in West Sussex, 4 out of 5 of the Chloes, not like Sanjay who's got 5.
He's just showing off.
Yeah, absolutely. But social care, I absolutely love social care. The more that we can raise the profile, I think it's, absolutely amazing.
Is there any ideas you'd like to share from the app or from the thing, or maybe just tell us about how to get it?
To get it, wow, I think it's really difficult actually, and I think that's where the app and where we have our virtual conferences come in, because actually how do you teach somebody to be outstanding? It's small nuggets of information. It's, I was speaking to my colleague earlier on about winter pressures, and we were saying about cost of living. So she's this year given her staff cards to say how they can help themselves with the cost of living. That's not costing any money to do at all, but she's got really golden nuggets. And actually that's one thing that she said, that she's going to share that so that we can pop it on the app so other companies can use it. So staff can look at, they might not know where to go to get help for energy bills and things like that. So it's those little golden nuggets that I think are,
And a lot of the time in a crisis, it's not necessarily what's actually going to happen, it's what you perceive might happen to you. So enabling people in senior positions with information, some people will need help, right? They'll need, and you go to the Care Workers Charity for that, for example. I know they do grants to help people, but some people will need help. And I've seen some companies paying 600 quid to each one of their employees, right? And that's a big ask for some companies. I know a lot, especially, if you ran a 23-bedded care home, it's hard to make it work, right? Like it's really, everything's very tight. You've got to work extremely hard to make it work. Hopefully something like this might inspire someone who owns 10 care homes, right? Pay your team 600 quid. They'll like it, it'll be good.
Simple things as well. It's the saying thank you. It's asking if people are okay, and actually, then are you really okay? So it's the things that don't cost any money as well.
And I think that's really important that we understand now in the sector, that there's a lot of work that we can do around low cost innovation. And that's a huge area for us to help homes and providers and managers actually understand that there are some great ideas that they've got which they're just not using, or how to use them and how to implement them. So over the last 3 weeks, we've on the app, we've put on 3 things that we've done. So the clothing protectors, the omelette station, and the gin trolley. Now all of those cost less than £100, yet the impact on the quality of life for the residents is huge. Now I've shared those 3, and the idea is that we want to stimulate everyone that's on the app to actually start uploading their stories, their tales, their ideas, because that's where we're going to get really great implementable sharing. Did I just make up a word?
Yeah, that's good. So I think the core message here is you've created a great app about sharing best practice, sharing good ideas, low cost innovations. So go to the App Store, download the app, type in The Outstanding Society, you'll find it on there. Go have a look, share what you're doing. Share.
If you're at the Care Show, come and see us. We've got the Learning Lounge, C90. I was lucky, wasn't it? We've got the Learning Lounge, and we've got some phenomenal speakers from all across the industry that are actually giving you takeaways to physically take back to your service and put them into play.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Lovely,
you.
thank you. So I think we'll now hand over to a video recorded earlier last week with Carl Roberts.
Care Home Open Week should really be the cornerstone of every care home sort of events calendar. You know, it's such an incredible opportunity for care homes to reach out to their local towns, cities, villages, wherever they're based, and work with different members of the community who wouldn't necessarily come in contact with them on a day-to-day. So it's a great opportunity for reaching out to potential employees of the future. It's a great opportunity to interact on an intergenerational level. Obviously, from a commercial perspective, to be able to reach out to prospective future residents and their family members is a key opportunity. But it's just a great week to celebrate everything that you're doing as a care home, to be proud of what we're doing as a sector, and just to shout about it as loud as we can to welcome in our wider community.
And I think, like you said, events are so important as part of kind of how you offer care for residents in care homes in particular. We talked a bit about some innovative events that you've been involved in.
Sure. So, I mean, events within social care, there's so much that we can do, and I know from a provider perspective, you can almost sort of get a bit bogged down in where do you start. We obviously see a lot of care homes out there doing things like memory cafes and do like breakfast clubs, and these are great sort of ways to reach out to sort of the social care aspects of events. But something that one of my CRMs, a lady called Lindsay Fletcher, she sorted and developed a kids club throughout the summer holidays this year, with basically the idea to go out to all of the primary schools and the secondary schools within her little town in Hadley, and create once a week a kids club where they could come into the care home. The families, the mums and the dads, they could sort of sit down, have a cup of coffee, just relax, because we all know how challenging summer holidays can be when you've got kids running around the house. Just have a break for themselves, and then the kids can go off and do some great activities and have fun with each other. And then from a resident perspective, they get to have a real meaningful sort of intergenerational experience, and have that sort of older younger sort of social occasion that we all know works so well within care homes.
And I love that. It just, you can imagine, the residents of the care home really enjoying that kind of buzz that it will create, and those little cheeky conversations that it can have with the kids that come, and like you said, just making that part of community, sort of normalizing that idea for, the children and the parents that, this is, a part of a lot of people's lives, and that we should share this with it. And it doesn't have to be a negative aspect of it, and there are, many challenges in care homes, but there's many beautiful things that happen all the time. So, I love that idea. And,
it's amazing. It's such a valuable sort of service that they provided by running this kids club. And, it's just, it absolutely exploded. I mean, I think she said at one point there was like 30 people attending these sessions and stuff. So I can't imagine what the home manager thought when all these kids just turned up on the first Tuesday. But yeah, it was a great sort of project. And it's something, that I would certainly advocate so that care homes try more often, these sort of kids clubs for sure.
And it works like across the board, doesn't it? So, it helps the organisation commercially. It's really, really positive for the residents and the team members. You'd like to think at the home that, you get that appreciation from the local community and things like that.
It's a massive feel-good factor, isn't it? At the end of the day, and as you sort of say, commercially, commerciality, it's not a dirty word. We should, understand, and we should sort of embrace that aspect of being a provider, and actually, running this sort of intergenerational kids clubs. Yes, it's the right thing to do, and it has that so much social value. But from a business perspective, there is so much PR opportunity, social media posts, the print advertising aspects, the whole sort of 360 marketing sort of suite you can put behind this sort of event, and it just works so well for drawing in future residents and prospective inquirers ultimately.
Any other ideas for events that you can share?
I said to you, I used the phrase, I've got a bee in my bonnet at the moment about sort of events, and I really think events should be the fundamental sort of cornerstone of any marketing strategy at the moment. We've had 2.5 years of care homes having their doors firmly shut. whilst at the same time having social care thrown into the general public space. So we've got, high levels of sort of acknowledgement and sort of, awareness of social care, but not quite for the right reasons, I think. So being able to use events these days to really throw our doors open and say, look, this is the positive aspect of social care. These are the incredible experiences that we're generating for residents. And I think that term experience is really key. So again, we talked about, mentioned about, memory cafes and blue light breakfast clubs and open houses. Most providers are doing that. I mean, you're on LinkedIn, I'm on LinkedIn. Everyone is doing a blue light breakfast club these days. So it's about saying, what can we do as a provider that's different from our competitors? So, things like, can we do murder mystery nights for the wider community? Can we do art fairs and music festivals and run events that are not necessarily something that you would expect in a care home? One of my older providers, there was a CRM called Amber, she created an outdoor cinema club during the summer of 2021, where basically the community came into their open gardens. They had beautiful lights across the garden, big sort of screen, a projector, and they ran an open air cinema throughout the summer months. And those are the sort of things that we could be doing and should be doing to say, look, we're a care home. Yes, we serve people and residents who are, around sort of personal care and other sort of health aspects, but we're a place to have fun, we're a place to come and live your life, and we're a place to have really meaningful, exciting experiences.
Yeah, I think as well, look out into the local area and see what works. I remember I took a couple of ladies to Ascot races, because they lived in a home near Ascot. They were both interested in the horses and the horse racing, so the home arranged for them to have a box, and and that's the type of thing you can do deals with these local places, right? Because especially if you record it and you make it and you take pictures or video, they'll be happy for the publicity. So look around the local area, and again, look at what your residents like. We did a video where we took a chat to the football.
Yeah,
because he is an ex-professional football player, and that's not something you can do every day, right? But it is something that you can, that a lot of providers are able to offer, as part of it. So
isn't it? And it's about experiences, and experience is not an everyday thing. It's once in a blue moon. There are experiences that we all value and are truly meaningful. And I think looking at, as you quite rightly said, looking at your own community, looking at what is working in your area. So, for example, Boutique, obviously we've got one home in Newmarket, which is the home of British Racing, and there are so many things that home is doing in regards to that particular theme. And they sponsor one of the local races a couple of months ago, and they took some residents out there, and there's so much that they can do with that particular subject matter. And then there's a home over in Shepperton called the Burlington, and they've got the local marina down there, and they're frequently taking residents down to see the boats and have a walk along the river, and that's particular set of experiences that home can generate. So I think as a home manager, as a provider, I'd be looking at what are my local communities like, and then create those experiences based around what is happening in your local area, and connecting it back to the outside world ultimately.
We're back in the studio. Thank you very much to Carl Roberts there, who is the new Marketing and Sales Director at Boutique Care Homes. We chatted last week. Lots of great stuff about intergenerational care. Shortly, we'll be talking to Big Ian, who's on the couch next to me. We're ready to go. But first, we are going to go live to Steph, who's got some people lined up ready to have a chat with us from the Care Show. Steph, over to you.
Hello again. I am here at the entrance to the Care Keynote Theatre, and there are a lot of really exciting stands over here. So I'm on stand H82 with Nourish Care, and I have Emily here with me. So tell me, Emily, who are you and what do you do here?
Hi, Steph. We're here from Nourish Care. So we're a digital care planning platform. So you can kind of plan, coordinate, and have care plans, personalised timelines. So it's quite a flexible system. So we're here to kind of help care services to go digital. So it's a really great platform. It's very flexible. We're our NHS Transformation Directorate Assured Supplier, which we're very proud of, and we partner with some kind of really great people. We also integrate with a lot of third parties, so we've announced a couple of new partnerships that are coming in the pipeline with Radar Healthcare and Medicare, but we also work with really great names in the business, so PainCheck, VCare, Omnicell. So yeah, really looking forward to it. We're really, really thrilled to be here at the Care Show. It's always great to come out and meet people people, meet our customers face to face, meet people who are really interested in Nourish and they want to go digital, because obviously there is a deadline of 2024 that everybody's working towards. So we're here to support people to do that. It's a really easy system to use. Our customers say really easy to pick up. We've got a great kind of training group. So yeah, we're really thrilled to be here, and it's quite early in the morning, but it's already buzzy and busy. The stand's really busy, so that's really good news. And it's just such a well-organised show. It's just, if you're going to come somewhere, come to the Care Show in Birmingham. It's just absolutely brilliant.
Oh, lovely. What a wonderful testament. And I have to say, from my perspective, walking around, this is definitely one of the busiest stands. It took me about 10 minutes to grab Emily away from people. So who are you most excited to kind of be talking to today? Who would you like to see coming to your stand?
So we would really like to see care services that maybe are still paper-based, maybe a bit concerned about going digital, because we are really great. We kind of handhold. We understand the pressures that the care services are under at the moment with all of the challenges that they have. So for us, we try and make it really easy, really simple. It's a really intuitive handset, and we've got a lot of customers that were kind of a little bit concerned about going digital, just would never go back. And we're a really friendly team. We're really passionate about sort of social care and improving outcomes for people that are in care, but also carers that work in it. So we're here to try and make their job as easy as possible. And what's really great is we get a lot of people saying it really helps with CQC inspections. They get great alerts and warnings. The kind of dashboards that it provides just saves so much time for care services. So I would encourage anybody just to come and have a chat to us, because we'd love to see you. We're on stand 882, right by the care keynote stage. So yeah, really great.
Lovely. It is definitely daunting, isn't it, for people to go digital. That one big step changes everything, doesn't it? So it is really lovely to feel such warm and lovely energy from your stand. It feels like everybody is on the same page.
Absolutely.
Last question then, what are you most excited for over the next 2 days?
So it's really great to kind of meet everybody. We've already met quite a lot of our kind of customers and people that are coming on board with us. I've just been speaking to a lady. They've literally been with us for a month. They're absolutely loving it. And then our CEO, Nuno Almeida, who founded the company, is doing 2 talks today. So he's doing a talk at 1:45 in the Technology Theatre, and then he's doing a talk with the Outstanding Society in the Learning Lounge. We're a sponsor of the Outstanding Society. We're really proud to support them. And he's there at 3:15, 1:45, 3:15. So yeah, I would encourage anybody to go and have a chat. He'd love to meet you. He's a really inspirational person, really, really passionate about social care. So yeah, that's what we're really excited about today. And yeah, just great to meet all the people that we partner with, and yeah, just to be out face to face. It's really nice.
It is absolutely lovely. Well, thank you, Emily, for chatting to me. Get yourself over to H82 to Nourish Care to learn more about going digital. Thank you, Emily. I'm now going to come across the walkway. Very, very close by, we have Whippet, which is a company which has been described by a lady on this stand as the Amazon for the care sector, and I think that's awesome. So I'm going to come over here to Lisa Delaney, who might be talking to someone, so I might just stand here and fill some time while she talks to someone. This is a really, really cool, innovative idea, and I must say that their stand really, really stands out. They've obviously put a lot of effort into this. It's gorgeous. I can see that Lisa is guiding someone away, so she might be ready to talk to us. I'm going to go and grab her arm. Hello, Lisa. So I am here with Lisa Delaney from Whippet. Tell me, Lisa, how's your day going?
It's going really, really well. Gosh, we've kicked off really well. It's been really busy already, and I don't even think we're at 11 o'clock. So yeah, really positive.
Lovely. And what are you most looking forward to coming up in the day?
Well, for us, Whippet is actually 1 today. So we are 1 year old as of today, and we have our birthday party at 4 o'clock, and we have cake pops, and we have pink fizz. So anyone that's out there that wants to come along and join us for our birthday party, please do. And it's going to be great. It's going to be good fun.
Oh, exciting. Well, happy birthday to Whippet, and get yourself over here for some cake pops. Tell me a little bit about Whippet then. How would you describe it?
Yeah, sure. So Whippet is, we kind of use state-of-the-art marketplace technology to bring together a number of different procurement tools, okay, so that we can help care providers get best value for money in their supply chain, basically. So it's really simple. You can dip into Whippet for odd bits and pieces, but there's so much more tech and power behind using some of the tools that we've come up with, by our fantastic procurement team have come up with, to really, put your arms around what you're buying and making sure that you're getting best value for money at all points in your supply chain. So come and speak to us. There's nothing like this that I know about in the care sector. So we are very, very unique. So it will be great to speak to more people about it.
Lovely. I overheard a lady earlier saying it's like Amazon for the care sector. Is that right?
Yes, it is, absolutely. In our kind of purest form, we are a marketplace where we've brought together suppliers for the care sector and people can come on and buy. But I would also kind of caution that with, there's much more to Whippet than just the marketplace. And, especially now when we're looking at inflation, rising prices, and the constant crisis that is in the care sector, all eyes are on costs. And if we can get a handle for that for you, you can look at kind of anywhere between 10 to 15% saving across your cost base. So it could be huge. So yeah, we're really confident. We've had some really good interest already in our two new services, Whippet for Care and Whippet for Business. And it'd be good to see people to come over and chat to us.
Lovely. Well, final question then. Who would you like to see coming over here? Who would you like to encourage to come to the stand?
Listen, anyone, even if you've got one care home or you've got 1,000 care homes, come over and talk to us. And again, the other side of this is that we have suppliers on our marketplace. So if you're a supplier out there and you're looking for a way to grow your business, come and talk to us as well. I have a head of supplier trade, my colleague Narina. She'd love to talk to some suppliers as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Lisa. We are going to head over now to Unique IQ, head over to Whippet to get some free cake pops at 4 o'clock for their birthday party. Now, I am heading over to Unique IQ here, where we have Lee Truman, who I'm going to go and grab his arm now. Hello, Lee. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. Having a lovely day. How is the atmosphere so far? How's the stand?
It's just buzzing. It's amazing to be out in front of people again, meeting lots of new people. Stand's been really busy. I've got talk at 3 o'clock. Wellbeing in the care sector, so really looking forward to that really important discussion. I'm looking forward to showing people our end-to-end care management platform.
Lovely. Well, tell me a little bit more about it. What is Unique IQ?
Unique IQ, like I said, it's an end-to-end care management platform. So start off with the rostering and all the elements in there. Digital care planning, forms, EMARs, tasks, ECM, the whole thing, so you don't need to find multiple systems. So it's just an end-to-end care management platform.
Awesome. And who is it that you'd like to see coming over to this stand? Who would you like to encourage to come over?
Any home care providers, so any home care providers of any size.
Lovely. And final question then for you. What are you most excited about for the show today?
I'm most excited about just getting out in front of people, shaking people's hands, seeing people, meeting old friends, meeting new people. So yeah, just being out here with everyone.
Lovely, how exciting. And I've heard that there's going to be cake pops over there at 4 p.m. You heard it here first. I'll see you later, Lou. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, that is my 3 interviews done. This is the area near the Care Keynote Theatre, near the entrance. There are some really, really awesome stands over here. So get yourself over here, come to Whippet's birthday party, have a chat with Nourish about going digital, and come to Unique IQ if you're a home care provider. I'm going to go back to you now, York.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you very much. We were just live out in the depth of the care show with Steph, interviewing lots of stallholders. But now, a special treat for everybody. We have Big Ian. Is that how we formally refer to you?
Well,
Big
the thing is, nobody can pronounce my surname, so that's what I get, Big Ian. I don't know how much of a treat it is, but you know what I mean. It'll fill a bit of time early doors for you.
Well, you're big and your name is Ian. So
it is, yeah. It kind of works.
Yeah.
And people don't forget it or misspell it. And my website's bigian.co.uk, so it makes it easier.
Nice. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do then, Ian.
I am a dementia campaigner. I've worked in care. My background was in learning disabilities for 20 years, working with young people. And now I work with old people. So clearly, I don't get on with people my own age. I work for nobody and with everybody. There's so many companies here today who bring me in, and I either make films or I write stuff for them, or I do some team building stuff for the staff to show them how much they matter, or do some stuff to improve their communication with people with either learning disabilities or dementia. And I'm a bit of a Swiss Army knife, really. I don't have one blade. People bring me in and say, we've got an idea. and we think it would really fit you and your values. And I get to meet really cool people, work with really cool people, and we create some beautiful things that are used all over the world. So whether that's a training resource that's a film where you spot the mistakes that's used in Australia to instead of an interview for care staff. Because anyone can go in there and talk a good game for 40 minutes. But if you look at something that's got mistakes that aren't hideously big mistakes, but are the mistakes that are going to change somebody's life and make somebody disappear, and then they can spot them all and say how they're going to put things right, then you've got something special and you know you've got the right person.
I think that's really interesting, because I think as you get older and you become more vulnerable and you have issues with your health, it's the really small things that make the difference, right? So something that would not have been a problem for you when you were 60 suddenly is a huge problem for you when you're 85, because and it can be simple things like lips on doors because you can't get your thing over, and and I found that really when I experienced that with my granddad, where we went into a home and it just, the small details weren't right, and that makes it really difficult to have a positive existence, because those small details make a really big impact, don't they?
Yeah, you've got to realise what everyone says. You've got to know what people like, but I think more importantly, you've got to know what really grinds their gears, what really upsets them, the little things that really spoil their day. I'll not be able to get a sandwich here without mayonnaise. There will not be a sandwich in the NEC without mayonnaise. And that will grind my gears, right? And I just think, why? Surely you would add that, and little things like that. And it's a case of making things fit the person, whether that's for the good of them, or things that they just really dislike.
I have a pro tip for you. Just outside of the Care Show is a Londis. They have duck hoisin wraps, no mayonnaise.
Game on. Well, I'll be there a bit later. But the good thing about this is, you get to meet people who you've not met. And the one thing that lockdown showed us was it was a pretty lonely place to be, and Zoom did an amazing thing, but it's really nice to see people, to get around people. There's a lot of new companies started, which is really exciting. People who've come up with new ideas, and during lockdown had time to be creative and thought, do you know what, there's a problem, we're going to solve it. If you walk around all these places, there's a lot of creativity, a lot of new ideas, a lot of new people to the sector, and that can only be a good thing, because the last thing you want to do coming to the Care Show is sit and talk to the same 8 people that you sit and talk to every time, because now it'll happen. If you meet people who are different, you link up, you use LinkedIn, you use your social media, whatever it is, you've got an opportunity to really pick one another's brains, copy one another's homework, and that's when everybody gets better. And as I say, you've got people, home care, working alongside care homes and we've tried this, it didn't work. We've tried this, it did work, and sharing the ideas. And if you just see, there's a lot of people around here, and it's real positive. I can't wait to get round here and meet a load of people.
Talking about copying other people's homework then, have you got any great ideas, hints, tips that you can share with care providers for something that they can implement really easily? We were talking before to the Outstanding Society, then we're talking about low-cost innovation. Any ideas for low-cost innovations?
Well, definitely. Everybody needs to be using bespoke Spotify for everybody. We need to have your own radio station in the care home made up of your favourite tunes, and you can theme them and all this sort of thing. For end of life, getting the music route, the soundtrack of somebody's final hours is invaluable. I'm doing a talk about Music One Dementia Nil this afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, and I'm going to be hitting on how we can use music. I mean, it's cheap. It's if you want Spotify, it's something like £9 without adverts, or £10 or something, and then you can use Bluetooth speakers and stuff like that, and you can create something. And what it does is it starts a conversation. It says, who does this remind you of? Where were you? What were you doing? Who do you miss? All these things bring people together, because each individual story link up and say, well, where were you in 1978? Where were you when the Jubilee was in 77, when Virginia Wade won Wimbledon? Where were you, when Kennedy was shot? Where were you in all this sort of thing? And suddenly you've got all these sort of satellites that all go into the same orbit and they become together. And there you get conversations, you find out stuff you'd never have found out. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And using music, and it's so easy. And as you've mentioned, you use YouTube and stuff. YouTube's full of everything. And what you can do, you can just sit down. If someone says, "Oh, I used to like the Two Ronnies," put on the Two Ronnies. What's your favourite sketch? I like this person. And then somebody said, "Oh, I didn't like Two Ronnies. I like Morecambe and Wise." All right, so you can go there, boom, it's there. I like Tommy Cooper, and it could be absolutely anything.
Pro tip as well then, for if you get YouTube Premium, which is about the same, about £10 a month, you also get YouTube Music for free with that. So then you get a full streaming service and YouTube without adverts, so you're not having to wait and watch adverts with people. So, again, when you want to engage someone in that moment, you don't want to have to wait 10, 20 seconds for the advert to play.
It's like being a genie. Because what you say is, so come on, what's your favourite song? What song do you absolutely love? And then you just go on your phone, find it, play it, and then I go, how have you got that? Because you would only have a finite number of records, your singles box, your albums box, and then suddenly, don't, stop it, stop it, please. And so anyway, tell your grandma, stop it. Everything was black and white and sepia back then. But the fact that they've got everything at the fingertips and you can go to it, and then you can do a backing track where they can sing along with it, and then you can do a thing with the words on it, because everyone seems to think there's so many people that have written off people living with dementia and they think they can't read. And do you know what? Most of the people who I've done some really close work with, even towards the very end of their life, they'll be walking around and they'll say, "Care show." Now, they can't read quietly like you do when you get a sophisticated reader. They read everything they see, they would just say it out loud, and so they can still read. And so I think we should have more people reading and engaging and reading around the table, and then that gets people talking. And we just
play readings, I've heard, is quite a good one.
I used to work for the Home Office for crime reduction in secondary schools.
I thought you were going to say like MI5 or something.
Well, no, I did work for them. And so we had to keep kids in school, and we had to devise a curriculum that really engaged them. And every day I'd say, right, get the kettle on, round the table, we're doing a play at the end of the day. And we would do a play, and all these kids who were like real bother, right, would say, "Oh, you're doing a play, can we do voices?" And all this other, and we would do it, and they'd get lost. And it was all about the flow. And I said, right, when you watch a drama on telly, it doesn't say, "Can you tell me where the murder was?" "Oh, the murder was over there." No, I said, "Can you tell me where the murder was?" "Oh, the murder happened down at the pub on Saturday night." Boom. It needs to have that flow, and you've got to pass it to the next person, and they've got to pick it up, and they've got to run with it. And that's what you do if you get people together, and you can do this, and it's a beautiful thing.
So,
if
there
it's fun for kids,
it's
right?
fun.
It's fun for everybody, because we're all kids with different dates of birth.
So I think some great tips there. So Spotify Premium, using resources like YouTube, and play readings, I think could be really interesting, easy, low-cost things to bring in as activities to your home to help engage people. Not, like you said, not write people off.
Yep.
Any final thoughts before we move on?
Final thoughts. Well, the fluke of being here this next 2 days is I have 750 free books to give away.
Nice.
So I've got Dear Dementia, which is there. That's a book that's one of 25 books in the world respected for dementia care. I've got that. I've got my Missing Piece book, which is about creating a life after somebody's died. All about bereavement, practical tips, and it doesn't tell you how we should be thinking. And then A Pocket Full of Kindness. So if you come and see me speaking, or chairing one of the things, I'll be giving those away. That's how dreadful a speaker I am. I have to give you big bribes.
You have to give
big
people
bribes.
We'll tell you what we'll do as well. If you give us a few copies, we'll put it on our photography stand.
Yep.
And people can go to
that'll be lovely.
Get a free headshot. But thank you very much for coming to see us, Ian.
Pleasure. And you're doing a top job, you and your team.
The
ones that are working hard, not just sit around on Chesterfields.
Chatting to
the
people.
The guys behind here who are sweating,
Right, so we are now going to go to a VT of Hannah Montgomery, who I spoke to last week.
So I run a charity called Re-Engage Lichfield, so it's the Lichfield arm of it. It used to be called Contact the Elderly. And once a month I've got 9 older local people that we go and pick up from their house. So I've got some volunteers that help me. They sometimes come to my house. We go to somebody's house. We put on an afternoon tea party for them once a month. But one of the ladies had a fall about 6 weeks ago and came out of hospital. And she's in a maisonette flat. She's at the top and she can't get down the stairs, and she hasn't been outside for 4 weeks. And she has no idea where to go to get funding, how to get a stair lift, what she's able to get. And she's just deteriorating, left there, frustrated, and she doesn't know where to go or what to do. So that kind of sparked the idea that people need care equipment to enhance the quality of their life. We already know that. So where do they get equipment from at a decent price, which would be pre-loved stuff? So that's what I've started, just telling people, and now I've got a living room full of used care equipment.
Yeah, I really see there must be a real need for that, because a lot of people, like you said, the accessing the funding isn't straightforward, and sometimes you can get it, sometimes you can't, but there's normally a wait, and you need the stuff like right away, and you might not have the money to buy something new, but you might have enough money to buy something used. And in the modern world where we're trying to kind of save the environment and not throw things away and reuse them, I think it sounds like a really great innovation that the sector could do with.
Well, if you look at the CQC, so I've looked at the CQC regulations, the Care Inspectorate Wales and the Care Inspectorate Scotland, and none of them say that you can't use pre-love care equipment. So say if a care home wanted to use them, there's nothing that says no. You can get an infection control certificate or a biohazard, it's murder scene clean, so the cleanliness is there, but nothing says about them them not being pre-loved. And actually some CQC reports have been noted as being outstanding because their residents have come with their equipment from home, so it makes them feel like they're at home from home. And there's nothing in the regulations that talks about sustainability either. So surely that's going to be the evolution of the regulations going forward, because there is so much waste in care, so much waste. Have you ever tried to give the NHS? Have you ever tried to give crutches back, and they look at you as if you're trying to give them a bomb, and you're like, wow, these could really help so many other people. Why is all of this going to landfill? This is crazy. This is completely the juxtapose of what social care should be, because it should be about caring and sharing and wanting people to get better.
Obviously, you operate that within a specific region. Is there anywhere? Should people send you stuff or not?
People can send me stuff, absolutely. I've actually got a person that I'm working with alongside that's got a fleet of vehicles, so he will go and pick care equipment up. So even if it's knackered, it doesn't matter, because we will then dispose of it, because he owns a clearance company. So he's got all the environmental tick boxes to be able to go to certain tips that other people can't do to get rid of stuff if it is completely broken. But then we can kind of reservice. So I think there probably is more people out there doing it than they let on, but they call it refurbished. So they can charge you even more money, as opposed to just going, this is something that's pre-loved and we've just got a mechanic, So the bed, for instance, you won't be able to sell on a mechanical bed without having it tested, because it could cause more harm than good, and it's meant to help someone, right? But certain equipment doesn't need, if it's a Zimmer frame that has the wheels and you've checked that it all works, it doesn't need that much. So it's not refurbed, is it? It's just cleaned up and had an infection control stuff done to it. So
sounds amazing. I think, again, for me, it's all about finding these little stories of people that are doing things that are innovative, and, and setting up a pre-loved care equipment company isn't, you're not doing something completely out of the blue, right? It's a fairly simple thing. And there's a lot of stuff like that in the care sector where it's just a simple idea that just needs a bit of application from somebody, a bit of positivity, and then for us to spread the word about it.
Yeah, it's the simple things. Even care equipment is simple. I've recently hurt my knee, and using a walking stick I've had to use to walk, to try and get anywhere. And that's just such a simple bit of equipment. It's a stick. And that enhanced my quality of life at that point. So things don't have to be expensive. I'm not doing this to make tons of money, because I won't, because it's pre-loved care equipment. But I know that it will make such a big difference to people, and that quality of life is just, you can't put a cost on that anyway.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you very much to Hannah there, talking to us all about her new charity, which is pre-loved care equipment. I had to remember that because it was about a week and a half ago I interviewed her and spoke to her about it. So thank you very much for that, Hannah. Right, now in the studio I have with me Adam Hutchinson. Adam is a care operator, runs a small group of care homes, and also has about 9 other jobs as well. So Adam,
it's 7 now.
7. Do you want to introduce introduce yourself, Adam, and tell us a bit about what you do?
Yeah, of course. Adam Hutchinson, Chief Exec and MD of Belmont Healthcare Group. So we're a home care provider and predominantly care home provider. So a number of care homes in the southeast and soon to be in the West Midlands as well. Also do a lot of work with trade associations down in Kent and East Sussex, and work as a trustee for the Care Workers charity, and support on a number of awards for care workers and things like that. Yeah, so quite embedded in the sector, I like to think.
Yeah, about 29 hours a day worth of work.
I've got it down to 22.
Okay,
I get down to 22, so I get a
quick
couple of hours
nap,
in. Yeah,
have something to eat.
Couple of hours in now, so it's quite good fun. Yeah, I like it that way. I don't know what else I'll do myself.
Yeah, keep busy, keep working hard for
absolutely.
the sector. The sector needs people like you dedicating lots of time and energy to it. So today we're talking all about positive innovations, ideas that we can share with people. So is there anything that's come up recently in the work that you've been doing that you'd like to share with people? A positive story, a new innovation, anything you've got?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it's a really positive time. I know people are looking out there in that sort of doom and gloom outlook that's being presented, but certainly not in our sector. There is some really interesting stuff that's happening. I mean, we've been focusing a lot of our energies on what, as an organisation, we want to be. Where do we sit within the market in terms of what support we can offer people? So we're very much going for that area of sitting in that niche between sort of residential and nursing. So a lot of innovations that we're doing is around how we can upskill our workforce. So we've got a lot of advanced practitioners, so we're training people to get them onto that sort of nursing ladder rather than people having to come out of the NHS. We're trying to prop that up, essentially. I mean, one of the things that we're kind of looking at 4 or 5 years in advance is certainly where I see the sector going, is from a care home perspective, is that we're very much more focused on that supportive element, and people realising that, you know, hospitals support a very small amount of people. You know, 114,000 hospital beds in England of 55 million people. I think there's a big disparity there. So how can social care become the supportive element, aiding people to come out of hospital, rehabilitate, and helping them to go back home? So that's really where we want to be as an organisation.
A lot of people are too sick to be at home, but not sick enough to be in hospital.
Correct.
And then they fall in between this gap where the relationship between the NHS and social care isn't quite what we would like it to be. And yeah, I think that's a really important space, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly, literally, our services are all being built around being able to deliver that, whether that's to be able to help them go home and then, or to rehabilitate or respite. That's where we want to be. So going back to the innovation point, is how can we make that really interesting for workforce, for people to want to come into the sector, to say, do you know what? You know, the healthcare assistant role is evolving into something much more professional, much more focused on how we can support the NHS, and we will train you to be able to have much bigger and wider skill set. And whether that means that they stay with us long term, I don't know, or whether that means that they go out to into the NHS, then fine. But as long as we're trying to support bolstering that from a workforce perspective, I think that's really important.
And
so
how,
those are kind of.
How does that work on a practical level? You've got any examples of people that you've had come through a programme with you over a few years?
Yeah, so we've worked with 2 CCGs in the southeast where they've helped part fund it. It's an expensive training programme, but eventually we've got 9 of our team in 2 care homes are already through it, and we're just about to put another tranche through, and we're now talking to CCGs in the West Midlands about replicating it in the West Midlands as well.
And what's the specific? Is there a specific name of the training or the scheme?
It's called CHAPS, a Care Home Advanced Practitioner Certificate. No, it's an S. I can't remember what the S is.
I'm dyslexic, so let's go with certificate.
Certificate, yeah, I like that. Yeah. So no, it's a Care Home Advanced Practitioner accreditation.
Okay,
but it's called a CHAPS. So yeah, that's the service, and we've got in our services they've got their own badges and they do certain things. You know, we're doing sort of blood works, we're doing catheters, so it's much more. We're finding a real engagement of where people have seen others that have done it, have made them go, oh, we're doing that, and we're also getting people who want to come and join our organisation, they go, oh, they're investing in that. So that's probably a really key piece of innovation.
Is it easy to get the funding for it? Is it complicated? Is there money out there available for
There
things?
is money out there, 100%.
Yeah.
Is it easy? No, but you can fund it yourself. But you know, it's £12,000 per person, so we're not doing it on the cheap. We're making sure we're investing in our people. So obviously, to get more people through it is why we're getting grant funding. But it's definitely out there. It's coming out of the apprenticeships levy, so a lot of it's funded through that. So that's a really interesting piece of work that we're doing, and obviously really focused on engaging assistive technologies to give our teams more time with residents.
Yeah.
So you know, we do pretty much everything now is using some sort of tech. You know, care planning, meds, you know, acoustic monitoring, all of that sort of stuff that we're really working with, and also trying to have a bit of fun with it. You know, making sure that our teams are involved in that process.
I mean, that's critical, right? So if you're going to implement a new piece of technology, it will fail if you don't engage your teams with it right from the start. Help them, let them help you choose what it's going to be like. Let them help, because otherwise they won't. It just be too difficult. I've done this before in my team. Gone, hi guys, I've got this new thing. Everybody should use it, and my team were like, what's that?
I did that when I first started. It failed miserably. But now I don't actually get involved. I obviously meet people at events like Care Show today, and they do their kind of like 5-minute, and then they want to do a demo, and I go, I'll stop you right there. We've got champions across the homes that are tech champions, and you have to present to them. So I kind of whittle it down to 5 or 6 people I want to work with, kind of thing. That's because that's really important for us. And then we, with the team, do all the work, and then they whittle it down to a final 2, and then it comes back to me. And as long as the dashboards, because ultimately all I look at is the dashboards. I'm in the homes and I'm there to see it, but I don't actively use it. So I don't want to give something to somebody that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or it's just they're not going to use. We did a interesting piece of work in February this year, where we got an external company to come and analyse the usability of a system that we had in place that we were paying sort of £1,500–1,600 a month for, and it turned out that we were using it 15% of its capabilities, and that was really where it was like a slap in the face. And I should know this really, because for my dissertation, when I was at university, I did user involvement on a system that was installed at British Telecom, and so I know that user involvement is really important, and I completely missed it. 15 years later.
I mean, interestingly, my dissertation was very topical. I did mine on the gas industry, so I don't know. I did a documentary about it's not changed much. Anyway, but I think we are. Have you ever had a pony in your home?
A what?
A pony.
Like an actual pony?
An actual pony.
We have.
You have? Okay.
We have a, down in Kent, we've got 2 services, and we have a link to like an external farm. So they actually bring animals into the home. So we've got ponies, horses, and we're actually in the process of our home in Kent, Madeira Lodge, which is, I've got an unbelievably innovative manager. She's here today somewhere. She's come all the way up to Birmingham for the show for the 2 days. And we're building a farm in the garden. So we're going to have certain things that residents can kind of then interact with. So we have had them, to be fair. Maybe a first.
I'm told I need to fill for a couple more minutes. That was the beautiful transition to the video about the ponies, but they're not ready yet. So we'll fill for a couple more minutes.
Let's talk about by saying I've already done it.
Let's talk about Kent Care Professionals, because that's something we work together on. I think is a really, really innovative idea. How's it going? Tell us a bit about it.
So Kent Care Professionals was something we set up again with government funding, and the long-term plan is to roll it out nationally, but it's been a very slow start. But ultimately what it is, it's a recruitment pathway to try and educate people that don't know anything about care, about what care is, and we work with yourselves to build some cool videos, which we need to do some more on sort of like social media type snippets of that, but essentially we want people who work in
you hear that, Steph? Adam's waiting for some more deliverables.
We absolutely do, and I think somebody's going to be getting in contact with you yesterday or today, to be fair, about it, because we spoke about it on Monday. But ultimately what we're trying to do is say to people that who aren't in care or haven't had an association to care, this is what it's about, this is how cool it is, this is the great things that you can be doing, how can we get you involved in care on an apprenticeship, or come and work for somebody short term, or come and work for somebody as an agency. So we're working with Florence to try and say, like, if you don't want to work for somebody direct, come and do agency work, and we'll white label it and do it with Florence. And the way it is to try and get people from in the younger spectrum, sort of sub 22, who are maybe looking for something and haven't been sort of sold this idea in education about it, or people who are looking for a second career after maybe leaving something else, about how do we get them interested in care and how do we get them professionalise it. That's not a jobs board.
Yeah, so I think it's really innovative.
Value over volume.
It's the idea of someone that might be looking for work, might be thinking about the care sector, but what we do, I think, as a sector struggle to do is connect more broadly. So every company is doing their own thing, and the idea of Kent Care Professional is to be the voice for the care sector in Kent, without, I guess, being too egotistical about it, to give that content to the providers, in essence, to let them help them find more team members.
Because it's got everything on there you'll ever need to know, even down to the point of explaining in granular level what different types of roles you can do in different environments. The issue that we're facing, which I hold our hands up to, is just getting more people to engage. It's getting the idea across, it's promoting it via whether that's social media or locally, and really trying to do that. And obviously the budgets to do those types of things need to be so great. But it's about getting the provider network and those people around us to say, look, get this out socially, get it out in local schools. That's really the key, is getting out in like colleges, sort of higher education, job fairs, things like that. And I think that's where we'll get the engagement. But yeah, it's been slow. But when we get people, they want to do it, therefore they turn up for the interview and then they get the job. And that's the key bit. Yes, the volume is much, much lower, but instead of sifting 500 CVs of people that don't really want the job, we might be getting 50 CVs, and of those 50, every single one wants a job. What the problem we're finding is getting more of those people into providers, which is baffling.
Yeah, because there's a real short limit, but I think there is interesting innovations out there, and I think go and Google it, Kent Care Professionals, and have a look. Have a look at some of that emotive content that's there that will help you as a provider, maybe design something or get involved in some way, or be made available. The fact that there is funding for things like this available, if you ask the right people at the right time in the right way, that you can get money for.
And there's some really lovely videos on there.
Yeah, thank
you. Done by a really awesome company. So we just
lovely.
need to keep driving it.
Well, I think are we ready? No. Okay. So we're going to go to another VT. Oh, there, and is Steph ready or the VT's ready? Oh, Steph's there. Okay, so Steph's up there on the screen. Right, we're handing over to Steph. Thank you very much, Adam, for coming in.
Pleasure.
And we'll get your videos over to you in the next week or so. Lovely. Thank you very much. Hi, Steph. Go for it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, York. I am here on Care Planners Stand with the nation's Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Tell me, Liz, how's your day going? She doesn't have much to say. Anything to say about social care, Liz? No words here. But with jokes aside, this is a little game that they have here on Care Planners Stand called the Truss Fall, I think, the Truss exercise. And what you can do is you can come and you can leave your comments for Liz on here. Care Planner is going to potentially reach them out to Liz. We've got some really good ones about savings on energy costs, things to do with laundry. We've also got A Up Liz, which is my absolute favourite, but if you do come here, you get entered into a ballot to win this here foot spa. Very, very exciting stuff. Now I'm going to head over here to unsuspecting victim Rachel, who is ready to talk to me. It was going to be Lorcan, but he's missed his chance. So tell me, Rachel, tell me a little bit about Care Planner. What is it?
Lovely. So Care Planner, we centre around domiciliary rostering, but we can actually cover a wide range of needs. So not all our customers are care companies. We actually have some really random, crazy ones, but we love them all. So it's all about the rostering, and we could also look after your finance and your checklist items, training matrix. We cover a wide variety of your care company needs.
It's a real kind of holistic service then, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. It's a one-stop shop, I'd like to say. So we're working really hard and we're always improving as well. So it's always working to be the best that we can for our customers.
Lovely. Okay, and how is the event going for you guys so far?
Oh my gosh, I love these. Every time I come, I have such a great time. There's so many people already that I've seen, and it's just, it's really lovely to be here again.
Lovely. And tell me a little bit about who you'd like to see coming over to your stand today.
Everyone. Come, everyone. Please win this foot spa. Please take it. Leave a post-it note.
What was the decision behind the foot spa?
You'd have to speak to Lorcan. I am not sure why that is the chosen one. I think it's something to do, actually, it's reminded myself now, something to do with carers working on their feet all the day. So what better way to treat them than give them a nice relaxing foot spa?
That's a lot more thoughtful and a lot less random than I thought it was.
Yeah, took me a minute to remember. So.
And what are you most looking forward to for the event today?
Just having a bit of a wander around later, really, and seeing everyone. It's like it's a meet-up, so every year seeing all the people that you haven't seen for a year. So yeah, that'll be good.
Oh, lovely. Well, thank you for talking to me, Rachel. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start walking around now and looking around the area. So this stand here, Care Planners stand, is right next to the Home Care Theatre. So you can find it here. It's an absolutely massive stand, if I'm honest. And if you need any bathing needs, they are right next door at Renaissance Assisted Baths at A70. I'm going to carry on walking around and finding some unsuspecting victims. Hopefully York or Harper might be ready with a VT to roll right now, but I will see you a little bit later.
Hello, thank you, Steph. Thank you very much for talking to Care Planner there. So we're back in the studio with very little time to have a chat with each other beforehand in advance and prepare for anything, but with Daniel Casson from Casson Consulting.
Good to meet you.
Welcome, Daniel. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Okay, yes. I'm an independent consultant in digital transformation and innovation in social care. So until 4 years ago, I was head of business development at Jewish Care. Came out of that and saw the opportunities for real innovation. Things need to change in care, and that's where I am, talking to people about what's new, but what achieves value for people. That's where I am.
So obviously, tech is a complicated thing, right? Well, not necessarily. I suppose it's a thing, something people are intimidated by. Can you give me a sort of good example of something that someone's implemented that's really made a difference to people's lives or teams' lives or something like that?
I mean, I'm not on the books, but I can talk about one I love, which I've just seen, seen over the past couple of years, is Familio. Because that involves...
we love Familio as well,
it's just so interesting, because it's talking about community as well. So it's going back to old style values, traditional values, but involving the family and people in care. Because we have to get away from it being a transactional basis. If we're talking about quality of life, people don't live in isolation. So for me, that's a simple idea, very difficult to set up and get going, but I think that's one of the issues, that's one of the things. It's got to be simple to use for the end user, for the people, for the person living in a care home, for the family and relatives, and for people who are caring and supporting. That's where simplicity in everything. So KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, is one of my mottos.
And I think and that works in everyday life in the same way that if you try and implement a complicated system in your house for organising something, it doesn't work. People don't engage with it.
You won't do it unless it's simple for you to do. And that's why people, for example, different systems linking in with each other. An interesting one. There's been a push by the NHS to push digital transformation in social care, and they're doing it very responsibly, I've got to say, in the Transformation Directorate. And at the same time, there's an initiative going on in the NHS about remote monitoring care homes. And what care home providers are saying to us, to me and my colleagues, is we're having to input data here into our digital social care record, and we're also having to input data here into our remote monitoring system. Why aren't the two speaking? So we're at a very immature stage at the moment, where all this technology has got to come together. It's a developing market. It's so exciting. There's people from Norway, Sweden, Denmark, from the United States, from Australia, who want to be involved in the UK now. Yeah. It really is exciting.
It definitely seems like that now's the moment, and the physical technology is available to do these things, right? Like the iPad, the computer, the things that you can buy that work well and aren't, don't cost the world. You can use to implement systems. Whereas 5 years ago, even stuff like that was still a bit clunky. I think now the hardware is really there. But then sometimes even simple things like just having enough Wi-Fi in your home and stuff like that can really trip people up, can't it?
I mean, this is one of Jeremy Corbyn's greatest initiatives was actually free Wi-Fi. I think that would, and it was, I wouldn't agree with totally everything, but that was one of the great things which will push the drive for value for people. But we're now more, in the past 5-6 years, everyone is used to using tech in their everyday lives. So what we're using in care has to mirror that development. And one thing I'm interested in is whether consumer tech, things that you and I use every day, is actually going to make its way into care. Interesting, on the Fitbit type of, the smartwatch Fitbit type technology, they always use the advertising, someone out running and measuring the heart rate and stuff like that. They don't really see the full value of that, of actually monitoring people, giving people the best quality of life possible. That's what it's about for me, quality of life.
Yeah, and monitoring's not about keeping an eye on somebody, it's about enabling them to be independent, right?
And I read yesterday a definition of someone who works in care. Someone who works in care is trying to give people independence. And that was a real eye-opener, because it took me back. What we're doing is trying to give people as much independence as possible. And if we can do that with technology and innovation, that's my goal.
And we talked a lot this morning already about those little things, those little bits of dignity that you can enable people. So someone was saying about making sure someone's glasses are clean. That actually just tiny little things can really mess someone up who's is living with dementia, right?
I mean, it's that human interaction. So if the innovations we put in place can actually give someone caring and supporting someone more quality time with them. Because one thing I'm worried about, York, I'll tell you, one thing I'm more concerned about is the money is still within the NHS, within the health systems. And if we work to NHS targets, we won't always be working to the best quality of life for the person. So my appeal to care providers is, have as your focus the quality of life of the individual, and then everything will follow. Innovation has to focus around that.
Well, I definitely think NHS is about fixing people, and then the care is about caring, and there's a very different momentum, idea behind that. But
the two are coming together, though.
Yeah.
For example, I'm a governor at the Alder Hey Hospital in Liverpool, and one of the things they're doing is reaching out to community with mental health, with actually keeping people out of hospital is becoming the norm. Yeah. Lord Nigel Crisp does a lot of this. Hospitals are for repair, homes are for living. And we've got to create homes for living. And that's why the retirement living movement in the UK is so important.
Is there one simple innovation or idea or something you could share today that people could... So we've talked a lot, a new phrase for today is low-cost innovations. Do you have any idea? So we've had things like using Spotify, using stuff that people have shared on different platforms, so it's dignity training. Have you got something?
Low-cost innovation. You've really put me on the spot here, York.
I have. I'm sorry. I can feel for you if you need a little bit of time to think. There's ponies here. Did you know about the ponies?
Ponies?
I mean, that's probably not that low cost, but that you can have horses, ponies come to your homes.
I mean, the therapy dogs we know about. For me, it's actually, it's low cost. It's a bit technological, but it is mental health support for people online. Sorry, I know it's not as low cost and as simple as you want, but it's actually being able to check in, because mental health was so much more attuned to that now. So what's the opening? The real opening for me is actually monitoring people's mental health, be that people caring for people, workers, and people being cared for. And then that leads on to so much conversation. So
is there a good website you know of, app you know of, that you can point people in the direction?
I can't, there's a few.
There is a few. I've got a couple
and I'm
in
not
mind.
Going to mention anyone in particular.
Okay, so but I think looking to open the conversation about mental health, give people the opportunity.
And I think the value that will create and the quality of life that will help create is the big is the next frontier for me.
Lovely. Right. Well, thank you very much for coming to see us, Daniel. We are now going to go back out to Steph, who will pop up on this screen in a minute. Who's got someone to talk to? If she's no. Oh, she's gone. Okay, no. Steph's not ready. So I think what we might do is just have a short break or play a VT and reset ourselves. All good. Yeah. Am I?
All good?
Yeah. Right, lovely.
All good.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
brilliant.
Daniel. Right, good.
Yeah, put me on the spot like that. It's really interesting because one area that's not focused on as much as it should be is people with learning disabilities, and how constant monitoring, because when you talk about technology, it's just not about that second where you're using it, it's about the long-term effects. So for example, if we're recording about people on a continuous basis on a digital care record, for example, you can spot the trends with someone. And one of the best ways I've seen this is there was noticed that a person a person with learning disabilities, with learning difficulties, had periodically their condition would worsen, their quality of life would worsen. And by judging through the care records, it was clear to see that this person's quality of life would deteriorate when a certain carer was off. So linking the person's care to the person caring for them actually made a whole difference to the person's quality of life. So if you can start linking if you can start seeing the data over a longitudinal period, you can make a difference. And in this person's life, it made the whole difference, because they could prepare her for when this carer was off and work to mitigate the worst of that. And so instead of stopping her swimming, she used to go swimming regularly, so she stopped swimming when this carer was off. Again, if they could prepare her 2 weeks before that this carer was going to be off, she carried on the swimming. It was less of an indent, less of a deterioration in her quality of life.
And I guess that's what it will enable us to do, right? Give us that helicopter view of individual people over a period of time, where we can use data to understand why things might be happening. And I think there's this idea that maybe that becomes impersonal, but I think it's really powerful, and that really enables us to see things that you can't normally see, that you speak to somebody face to face, and there's only so much information you can gather from that. And if you can, obviously, with consent from everybody and everybody understanding what's happening, that we can really use that to make us better carers.
Totally. I mean, so it's marrying the technology with your own intuition. So a carer knows the person they're caring for. They know them inside out in so many ways. If you add that to data, if you add that intuition to data, then you start getting real predictive. So we can actually improve the quality of life of someone if we can predict what's going to happen, and we can avoid falls. We can avoid urinary tract infections. Those can all be done if we monitor behavior, but don't forget the intuition of the carer. That's the most important thing. To increase the independence of people who need care and support, that's one of the major things I want to do. There's a fantastic example of this called the Big Life Adventure, working in Surrey. And the Big Life Adventure says that people with learning disabilities should be able to live as normal life as possible with a bit of help. So they should be able to go to the cinema, they should be able to have club nights, they should be able to have to get married. So if we can give them that bit of assistance with assistive technology, they can fly. All we need to do is provide that little impetus to it. So yes, in older people's care, you're talking about not disturbing them as much, keeping life as stable so that they can achieve the outcomes they want to. In working age adult care, this can really open up the potential for people being part of society and community. And that's where I think the future of assistive technology really is, helping people productive is not the right way of looking at it, but enjoying their role in community and society by allowing them, for example, eye gaze technology. Eye gaze technology can open up for people whose speech is impaired, who have trouble communicating. Eye gaze technology such as Smartbox can really help them communicate with people and live as normal life as possible.
Hello again, and welcome to the Freebie Review. I'll be your host, Steph Green, and I'm going to go around all the stands here at the Care Show, basically seeing what they have on offer to give you the opportunity to come and get some stuff. So I'm here at Pass, and they've got a really, really good selection to start with. We have free water bottles, we have hand sanitizer, we have mints, we have pens, we have more water, and I think we have Post-it notes as well. An excellent start. Well done, Pass. Well done, sir. An excellent job. Let's walk this way and find out what else we can get. I have had a bit of an issue where I've asked someone if something's free and they've said no, but it is what it is. We move on. So here we have Locate. I think it's Locate to Locum, this one, and we're going to go through what they have on offer. We have face masks, very, very current. Well done, Locator Locum. There is a bottle of Irish whiskey here that you can win if you come over to their stand. We have pens. I'm so sorry, I'm coming right into your stand. We have pens here, brand new freebie pens that say Locator Locum on them. And I think top tier, we have water bottles, branded, beautiful, and that lovely material that kind of holds the temperature. Well done, Locator Locum, well done. Moving on, let's go. What else have we got? Over here we have Civica. We are going to have a little look. They haven't been warned, so they have no idea what I'm doing. I am just going to go through your freebies, sir. So we have chocolates, if you fancy some chocolates, some free pens. Oh, and we have Post-it notes, I believe. An amazing job, sir. Amazing job. We're going to continue to go round. By the way, I am in the pass area, which is around E94. So we're going to go over here. Now, this is one of my favourite stands. So this is E92, Thornbury Nursing Services. And obviously, it's very, very busy. Could it be because of the freebies? Potentially. I'm sure they offer a lovely service as well. But if you can see over the shoulders, we have coffee being served over here and tea by the looks of things. We have golden tickets, and this woman has just won a golden ticket as we are here. So they have these chocolate bars here where you can win a golden ticket if you come and pick one up. And can I just say, it is a full-size chocolate bar. I mean, that is some serious commitment. And this woman has just won, which is amazing. We also have pens on this stand and key rings and hand sanitizers, but we may have to come back to them because they are really, really busy. So we're going to go this way. Now, I love this stand because they have these little champagne bottles filled with Smarties, which I think is absolutely lovely. I'm just rating everyone's freebies, so don't worry. I don't need it. And we're going to go this way. And we might have to cut through these people's stand to get round. This is such a busy area. And we're going to come this way. So now I am around the E96 area. We've got Staff Scanner, we've got Curum Care. Now, something I love about Curum Care is that everybody here is doing chocolates, they're doing sweeties. If you want a healthier option, I think, are the apples free? The apples are free, so if you want a healthy option, I'm doing a show called the Freebie Review, so you're winning. From your garden. Oh, that is so precious and lovely. Come get an apple from, what's your name, sir? From Ben's garden. Everybody come and get an apple, he would love that. And some free pens. Anything else? Some leaflets, some business cards. A very exciting time. Come get an apple though, very healthy. Coming over here, we have the LMC buying group. I'm just rating the freebies, everyone. We've got some lovely pens over here. If you need a pen, come this way. We've got some more sweeties. My favourite thing is to see what sweeties everybody's chosen. So we've got Heroes here. We've also got peppermint chews. So if you'd like a bit of a fresh breath, have some peppermint chews from here. This is D94. And now there is a really, really large crowd over here. So I think we might struggle to go that way. Let's go this way again. I'm getting out of breath. I'm just getting so excited about all the freebies. So we're back towards Staff Scanner here. E99 is Genie. I wonder if they've got anything. Now, Immigration Advice Service doesn't have anything, but they're doing very important work, so I'm going to leave them to it. And I know where we're going, and I don't know whether Sakara has clocked where we're going, but I'm going to go and find the best freebies of all, and you can come find them on our photography stand, which is a freebie in itself, so I would say that we probably have the best freebie. Say hello to York and the crew. Hello. So we're going to go over to the photography stand now, which I think is the best freebie that you can get here. I'm not sure if Jack is here. Jack is here. He is bending down, grabbing something. Here is the best freebie of all, but the second best freebie. Am I allowed to say that? I probably shouldn't. The second best freebie. Don't say breast freebie, that's not the right thing to say. It's some Lindors. Okay, I think I'm all worn out. I will go back to the studio, which is literally over there, so hopefully York or Chris has something lined up for you. I will see you soon.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. Thank you, Steph, for that. Wandering around, talking to all sorts of different stand holders, etc. and so forth. So right, what we're going to do now is take a break for a few minutes. So we're going to go to our kind of holding slide. What you could do for us in the meantime is share this link, take the link, post it on your LinkedIn profile. Steph's joined us. We could talk for a little bit. We're going to go for a break in a minute. But yeah, how's it been going? Who have you been talking to?
So much fun, honestly, everyone here. I feel like you're missing out because there's such a vibe everywhere. Apparently there's ponies here. I will find them if they're here and I will interview them.
Lovely. Okay, well that's it. So come back after the break. We'll find the pony. Maybe not. We'll find the ponies at some point today. I've done 3 links to the ponies and thinking you had the ponies.
I mean, we have done laps and laps. I think honestly we'll like it.
It's a myth. Okay. Right, well, anyway, so we're going to go for a break now. So thank you very much for watching so far. Come back in about 10-15 minutes and we will get going again. Thanks.
to focus on?
Could be two if I'm being generous. You can
Right.
be two.
So I guess one thing to focus on, some people have done this, but most care businesses haven't, is get really clear on who you're targeting. So are you looking, you might think you know your ideal recruit already. You might think that, I know carers. I've been in the sector for 10, 20, 30 years. I understand my audience. But the audience has changed. Things have changed a lot in the last 5 years, especially with COVID. We've had the Great Resignation in America, and we're feeling the impact of that kind of thing happening here now. So the one bit of advice that I would give is get really clear on who you're targeting, by which I mean make a cartoon character of your ideal recruit and think about where are they living, what kind of accommodation, what are the details of their life, what do they have for breakfast. Go into more detail than you think would be necessary, because it gives you that perspective. And this exercise, and we do this with all our clients, but it turns up gems, it turns up little bits of information, like, for example, some care companies are desperate to find more long-term carers who can be more fixed, and they're trying to target younger carers, and maybe there's a demographic of elderly carers, maybe 45, 55, 65-year-old carers.
And maybe those two different people want two different types of job, right? Like that one might want lots of hours, one might want more flexibility, one might want not to travel too much.
And how you communicate is going to be completely different for both of those. If you talk to 55-year-old person who's returning to work after a break, after being a parent or whatever, they're not going to be interested in career progression. They might have done that already. They're probably more interested in what's the management structure like? Am I going to feel at home? Am I going to get to work with people in my community? That's going to be the focus, as opposed to someone who's younger that might be interested in career, or they might just be interested in if you can be flexible, if they have to go to the dentist, or that it's going to be a nice environment to work in. So depending on who you're targeting depends on the language, and if you just have one stock advert, you're going to miss 90%
and I think
of the
as
carers,
well,
I think.
thinking about, you can tart up your marketing material as much as you like, but if you put a lovely skin on the outside of your apple, but your apple's rotten in the middle, you might attract a few people towards you, but when they take a bite, they'll leave, right?
Well,
so it is important to actually be good, a good company that looks after people, right?
Well, this is what I talk to people about all the time, York. Yeah, marketing is not about taking something that is one thing and selling it as something else. It's about storytelling. It's about telling your story of what you do. And obviously, if you have to up your game in terms of your recruitment by making sure that you are a good provider and you do good things for your staff, and you're running lots of internal reviews and making sure that you're a good person to work for. You're a good employer, because marketing should run through a business like a stick of rock. It's not just the front end, what we talk about. It should be the people working on directly with clients should understand why marketing is important. So even if they don't want to be on camera, they understand why it's important, because they understand that marketing is not something that is kind of manipulative. It is about storytelling. It's about saying this is Ethel, or this is Rachel, or this is a relationship they have built over a series of years. So whether they're home care, whether they're care homes, about making sure that you're sharing the culture.
Probably a lovely way of
culture.
articulating this. So Hannah, who's your project manager, we were just talking about how this
Ops manager.
Ops manager, that this is like bedtime stories, like CBeebies bedtime stories, right? And I said, well, I'm no Tom Hardy, and if I put Tom Hardy's profile picture on my online dating profile, not online dating, I'm happily married, but then people, and then I meet someone to go on a date with them, and I'm not Tom Hardy, they're going to be probably, a little bit disappointed, I'm sure. Stand up with them, but so I think that's the idea. If you lie in your marketing and you're not true to who you are, you will attract the wrong type of people. You attract people who just then leave, and the same thing works across the board. So I think it's really important to be true, to be honest.
And most of the work that we do with our clients, especially in the first sort of we have big long conversations at the start of relationships. Most of that work is just extracting all the details and then crystallizing that out into a message. Of course, there's tips and tricks and ways that we can get that message out there, and there's stuff that we know as marketers that will help boost that. But the core message should always come from the inside. It should come from the culture of the company. And what we say to people that are like, we ask people all the time, what do you do that makes you stand out? What makes you different? And if they can't clearly articulate at least 3 things. That's their problem. They don't have a marketing problem, they have a message problem.
Yeah, and I think so. Big piece of advice then for people is to sit down half a day, really think about who that recruitment avatar is, or if there's multiple, and then look beyond that. Does your advert talk to that person? Does your process deliver, quickly for that person? Do they want to be chatted to on WhatsApp, or would they prefer to use email? And really start to understand, because often what happens is not that there isn't enough people, it's that the right messages aren't attached to attracting the right people to come along. Not to say there isn't a shortage of people who might want to work in care, but like you've seen, it's possible to do that.
Yeah, it's possible as a care home or a home care business for recruitment not to be a problem, but you need to have done the ABC, and it starts with avatars, it starts with making sure your message is refined, and then once you've got that, you can go through all your collateral, your website, you can have a look and say, okay, this is Jane, she's my carer, this is a message we're trying to get across, have we articulated that clearly in a way that Jane's going to understand? And it makes everything so much easier. Because half the problem in marketing is knowing where to focus your energy and where to focus your attention, because you can do anything. Your social media, you can do video, you can do website. Where do you focus your energy? And it starts with that first step of who am I targeting, what's the message? If you do that, everything becomes easy. If you don't do that, you market to nobody.
I've got one more big question for you before we hand over to Steph. Is that right? We're going over to Steph shortly. This morning at breakfast, I was a bit late, everyone was waiting for me, and we were talking about toast.
Right.
And talking about how much we all love toast, and one of my team said, oh yeah, I just have jam and no butter. And I was like, what do you mean jam and no butter? Of course you have butter and jam.
Yeah.
And then another one of my team members said, no, I just have jam, I wouldn't have butter. Why are you putting butter on everything? So where do you stand on this? Did you butter and jam?
I'm worried about your team.
I know, I'm too.
The butter is I'm vegan, so I use olive spread or whatever.
All good stuff. Yeah, good
but
stuff, yeah.
you have to have the base layer of fats. Otherwise, it's too dry.
Yeah, exactly.
Even with the wet of the jam, that's no good.
So
I'm horrified.
I'm horrified. So the offending people are Sakara and Harper. So I think we should bring national shame upon them.
We need to have a.
But I know you're the fourth person I've asked.
I've never heard of that.
So anyway, thank you very much for coming to see me, Alfie. Thank you very much for confirming my suspicions that my team are weird. And we will hand over to Steph now, who is live and ready to go. Maybe with a pony. I don't know. Over to you, Steph.
Hello. Unfortunately, we're not with a pony, but just as good, we have Rosie from the Care Workers charity. Hello, Rosie.
Hello. Thank you so much for interviewing me.
So, the toast, butter, bread question, I just want to start, Rosie, by saying that you agree with myself and the rest of the team, don't you, about the butter thing?
Butter, absolutely, before any other addition of any other type of topping or condiment. Complete agreement.
On all bread types?
On all bread types, yeah, no exceptions.
100% agree. Shall we talk about care?
We may as well.
The other important matter of the day. So first of all, introduce me to the Care Workers charity. What is it you do?
Yeah, so Care Workers charity has been set up to support care workers with financial grants when they're in crisis, or wraparound support like sort of mental health support, and we offer 10 free sessions with a therapist. So we're really looking at different ways that we can provide that sort of well-being support, including mostly financial support.
Lovely. And in line with this, you are doing a £500 fundraiser, aren't you? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been an extraordinary couple of years for everybody. And over COVID, we distributed over 2.8 million to care workers. And over that time, the cost of living crisis, demand has risen. We're finding it really hard to fundraise in this environment. So what we're asking for the sector to come out and support us. We're setting a £500 challenge, it's a £500 recurring donation, and what we really want is for organisations in the sector to say, we're going to put a little bit of our money aside to support the Care Workers charity so we can always exist, so that we can always be there to be that place to go when a care worker is in crisis.
I think it is a really important function, and there's not a lot of people out there that think about the care workers in their day-to-day lives, and it is nice to have a function to offer them a little bit of support, offer them some financial grants maybe. For people that want to donate to the £500 challenge, how do they do it? Can they just come to you today?
Absolutely. So our stand J46, come along. We've got some QR codes. We even can, get out some laptops and help you do it all here. But also our website. So it's all there. We made it really easy for people. Just put your name, your email address, your organisation, and your bank details, and then you're part of the club. We're actually looking for some founding members over the next couple of days. So what we really want is organisations in the sector to say, yep, we're going to do this for you. We're going to promote it to other organisations in the sector. So we're launching today. What we're really looking for is that first group of sort of 100 organisations who will say, we're taking on the challenge, and we challenge everyone else to take on the challenge.
And just to jump in there, Five on a Bike has taken on the challenge, and we are encouraging everybody else to take on the challenge. So do get over to J46 if you're interested in being a founding member, and donate to a really worthy cause. Tell me, do you know what's coming up for the Care Workers Charity over the next few months? What have you got going on?
Well, absolutely. We've got our ball in December. We've got events coming up next year. We're always thinking of crazy fundraising activities. So as you well know, we were trekking 25 kilometres through the Peak District a couple of weeks ago with about 75 people from across the care sector. We've got some people bungee jumping for us. We're always looking at creative ways that people can raise awareness, but also raise a little bit of money for us.
Love that. Do you have people that kind of come forward to you and say, I want to do this thing, I want to do a race, I want to do a bungee jump, can I donate to you? Or do you reach out to those people and ask them to do it?
A bit of both. We do have people coming forward all the time. We want to do a bake sale in our care home. We want to do a fancy dress day for care workers, and we support all of those kinds of ideas. Whatever people want to do, we're just really grateful to get our name out there. But also we like to sort of, put our own colleagues to the test. We do a few of these events a year. I think one time we did Hadrian's Wall, so there's loads of things in the calendar and in our brains about what we could do.
Oh, lovely. And I think it is important to note with fundraising, you don't have to do something massive, right? Like, you don't have to be raising thousands and thousands by jumping out of a plane or something like that. You can literally just put on a little bake sale or something, and you can be contributing to a massive cause. I mean, what does a certain amount of money get for a care worker, for example? Do you know those statistics?
I absolutely do. So our average grant size is £500, but that can go anything from, say, £300 to help fix a care worker's car so that they can get to work, to £1,800 to help someone put on a funeral for a loved one. So we have a range of grants that we give. Quite a lot of ours end up being around that £500 mark. It'll be for, say, white goods, household items, those practical things that people need support with when a big bill comes up. And so that's the sort of range that we look at.
Lovely. And I think it's really lovely as well that when you do donate to this charity, it's tangible, you know where it could be going. A lot of big charities, you kind of just say goodbye to your money in the ether and hope it's going to a good place. But I love that you kind of promote exactly what you're doing, buying white goods, fixing someone's car. And for us, that might be a really easy thing to fix for some people, but for others, it is kind of life-changing to have that money given to them to help them carry on with their daily lives. So I think it's amazing.
We really appreciate your support. It's always great to see you at these events.
Stop it. So final questions then. Tell me a little bit about the event. How's it going so far? What are you looking forward to the most?
So I think really looking forward to doing a little presentation tomorrow morning to tell people about what we're doing. Really excited that the People and Wellbeing Theatre, £4.50 is being donated to the charity for every person who walks into the theatre and watches us talk. So we're really excited about that. We just want people to come over and say hi. A lot of people here might not even know we exist, and actually big thing is just come have a chat. We can tell you what kind of support we offer, and then you can talk to your teams about that. So really just excited to get to know more people around the sector.
Lovely. Well, if you're interested in seeing the Care Workers Charity today or tomorrow, come to J46. Lovely modelling by Rosie there. And they will be here to talk all things Care Workers Charity. That's all from me. Thank you, Rosie, again for joining me. I'm going to head back to the studio now, and I will see you very, very soon.
Thank you very much, Steph. So we're back in the studio without any speaker at the moment, but we are going to have about half an hour break. We'll be back at 1 p.m. If you're already at the show, come along, get your headshot taken at the Five on a Bike photography studio. Check out all the great talks that we have on today, and I will see you at 1 p.m. with a new speaker. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We have 2 more speakers with us today. So, hello guys, how are you?
Well, I'm fantastic, and thanks for having me here. We haven't long been off our keynote speech panel when I had Sonia Ray on there. I'm Dudley, by the way, Dudley Sawyer.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what you do, Dudley.
I'm Dudley Sawyer. I'm here with CareVision. So we're one of the software providers who are on the assured providers list for the NHS's list, NHSX's list. And we provide software for those within the sector, which we've been doing for now 4 to 5 years, which is
software for
4 to 5 years. I just had a keynote speech all around equality, diversity, and inclusion, and we had the actual title was Social Care isn't for anyone; it's for everyone, which was well received. It was packed full, and we had some great speakers on the panel. One being Sonia.
My name's Sonia Rai. I am the founder and director of Nectar HR. And like Dudley said, I just had the pleasure of being on a panel with him on the keynote stage talking about equality, diversity and inclusion in the workplace. We do a lot of that kind of stuff with our clients, but just obviously general HR as well, general HR services.
Lovely. So we've a few themes have come up today in the interviews I've been doing with people here, and one is low cost innovation. So ideas of things that people can implement easily to just help improve their business. So when we chatted a bit about that off air, so do you guys want to share some ideas with us?
Well, it's quite interesting when we think about innovation. I think what we found during the pandemic and COVID were that we were quite segregated, people couldn't speak. And there was a big transformation within technology within social care, not just at the high-end level, but just on the everyday level. Families trying to speak to their loved ones, as well as people sharing information, be it WhatsApp or as basic information on the various apps, Zoom and various other sort of like virtual sort of meetings that happen. But one thing we found that was really important for us was like we created something which came about was called a family app, which meant that families could see their loved ones regardless whether or not they couldn't see them in real time. They could get to see how they were doing. So from a safety point of view was one element, but also sharing good stories, birthdays, sharing even on the other end of sort of like birthdays of their family members as well. So something which is simple enough to do, we incorporated it, and it absolutely is really now part of what we do as well. So something simple enough as a family app, I think is priceless. And I think from an innovation point of view, we aren't reinventing the wheel, but we're actually getting people together. And I think social care is about getting people together to talk. I think that's really key.
Love that, love that. And Sonia, you got any
quick
tips for people?
Definitely. There's a few I can think of in all fairness. Some of them come under, the EDI banner. So things like, encouraging lunches, people to bring in their own kind of authentic foods. For example, we've got Diwali coming up soon. So, do we want to share, do we want to bring in lunch? Do we want to talk about the story behind that, why it's important to people, why we celebrate? But there's other things that we can do. Quick wins in the organisation, things like Fruity Fridays, where you supply fresh fruit on a Friday. But also looking at things like well-being. So, before, I think COVID has helped us to think outside the box when it comes to virtual, We have getting sessions put on for staff where it's not necessarily have to pay for a yoga teacher to come in, but we've got a YouTube and a YouTube channel up, and we've got somebody who's great at yoga, and it helps the staff kind of relax in their lunch break or whatever it might be. And sometimes they really need that, especially in this sector. So things like Fruity Fridays, access to lots of free resources. We're seeing a lot around cost of living at the moment. There's lots of free resources that organisations could look at supporting for their staff. Helping them be a bit more savvy when it comes to finances, especially at the moment. All we're seeing, we're putting on the TV, we're reading the newspapers. It's all about electricity costs, rising prices, all these kind of things, and that impacts people when they come to work. So how can we help them understand a bit more about that and help them feel a bit more secure? Because when we are not helping them, we have things like anxiety, stress, and that impacts how they behave at work, how they perform at work, and sometimes with them going off sick and things like that as well.
Information sometimes is so valuable, where someone might have a perception about what could happen.
Yes.
And actually sitting down with them or taking a moment or enabling yourself with the access to resources that you can give them. It might not necessarily be stuff that's like for money.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of care workers will be struggling in the current climate,
Yes.
but actually just talking to people about saying, like, okay, what are you having specific problems with, and then making them aware of things like the Care Workers Charity, for example, like
Yes.
after, if they are really in a point where they've their
Yes.
washing machine's broken down and they can't afford to buy a new one, or you get grants and things like that. So I think it's enabling yourself as a leader with information to be able to furnish your teams with that. to help
Yeah, and those are things that you can do on a shoestring budget. The only thing that it's going to cost you is a bit of time to kind of put that resource together. So I think when it comes to innovation, sometimes we are seeing that we haven't got huge budgets. We're not some huge corporate organisation. We are working and sometimes very tight time frames, but these are very quick wins, and you can do a lot of them under the EDI kind of toolkit, as we would call it, as well. So people are feeling included, people are feeling like they are seen at work with whatever you might have going on and what events you might plan.
Talking about EDI, I think maybe a lot of people find it difficult or awkward to talk about it, especially someone like me that doesn't really fit under that banner. Like, how should leaders that maybe don't fit into that category of being someone who is black or Asian or disabled or something like that, where how do we talk, how do we communicate that? So I'm comfortable communicating because a lot of I have to film with people and we have to talk about who to include in the video.
Yes.
Is there someone in the organisation that would help us show that we do employ people, black people, Asian people? Yeah. How does someone start and say, how do we do that without being uncomfortable? Is it just about just being open? I don't know.
I think it's quite an interesting area, and I have this, and people used to term things such as brave conversations and being careful what you say. I think if we looked from the top end down and we looked at what happened during the pandemic, we looked at social care as being the little brother or sister of the NHS, and no one really looked at us. Whenever we weren't included, we felt left out. And as a sector, we kind of are used to that. Someone said, oh, we're like misfits. So if we take that as a standing point and say, okay, how would you like to include someone? What would you do? And I think there's this whole big thing now about allyship. And beyond obviously all the serious conversations that are to be had, supporting one another, being valued, belonging, all the things that we know and we're used to. If we then term, if you want to value me by thinking about giving me a day off, for example, on a Friday I have to go to prayers, or for example, if I'm pregnant or if I've got to get children, just the normal things, that those little touches can make a difference. It doesn't have to be a difficult, always a situation where we have to go through a whole 6 months of training. I think it's understanding that, we might have some advantages, but then also as well, we can also help with our advantages and help others. I think that value belonging is really important.
Understanding the context, right? And people's
understand the
lives.
context.
And that's the same all over, right?
Yeah. And a lot of these changes, you're changing the culture in your organisation essentially. So you made a point. You kind of said, you don't feel that you haven't got that perhaps that label. But if we look at the protected characteristics under the Equality Act, you're covered. We all have one of those characteristics, whether it be sex. Sex covers both male and female, sexual orientation, all these kind of things.
Can I interject very quickly? I always find it interesting when we talk about, especially males. Well, we do know that 82% of the workforce in health and social care are female.
Yes.
So you already are in the minority.
Oh, okay.
So just to let you know.
It doesn't often happen to sort of white males of my age.
Exactly.
There you go.
And perhaps that's a perception that you have, and that's something unconscious that you have. So, one of the things that we've been doing a lot of is unconscious bias training. So looking at our unconscious biases, we make judgments about people within the first 7 seconds of meeting them, kind of on average 15 judgments people will have made of watching us right now. And it's about understanding what those judgments are and how they play out, because if we're responsible for people or a service in an organisation, then those unconscious biases are always at play. So we like to do a lot of kind of workshops, a lot of reflective pieces to look at those unconscious biases, and then how do we then remove them in the workplace so that
I guess it might be quite hard, because for some people those unconscious biases are not nice, right? Like it's very negative, and it can be quite difficult.
It can be.
Look at yourself in the mirror and say, that's what I'm thinking now. that is not that's not the right, and that's misjudged, or that's
Yes.
from your childhood, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, that it's quite difficult for people to do. isn't it?
Absolutely, and we talk a lot about where our unconscious biases come from. They come from our parents, from lived experiences, from the media, from social media, and we talk about a lot of relevant examples, and it is a very safe space to share. And I will always be the first to share what some of my, unconscious biases were, but they've come out because I've done the work, and I've realised what they are, so they are no longer hidden. To me as well. So before I make a decision, I think about that. And these kind of things are small things that you can do to understand the why you do probably act the way that you do at work, or why you delegate work the way that you do. But when we've got people that are in charge of people at work as well, it's very important to recognise that they may have unconscious biases at play. And there's very simple things that we can do around recruitment processes, putting in objectivity, scoring, not just in interviews but in probations, all these kind of things that can make it more of an equal and level playing field.
I mean, we've gone deep and we've gone big, and I've got a really big question for you both. So we had a debate this morning at breakfast at 5 and a Bite about toast.
Okay.
And I said, butter on toast, nice and jam on top of it. And two of my team said, what do you mean butter and jam together on toast? And I said, what do you mean no butter with jam? Where do you stand on the butter jam toast scenario?
Oh, it's a bit like the scones and or is it scones and the cream and the jam.
I would personally say it's not that established debate.
I've never heard this debate before.
Stunned
yes.
that was even a thing.
So, I mean, for me, I do butter and then I do jam. Like, that is just,
Good.
that
Dudley?
is...
Well, I'm going to take it even further back. I'm a fully inclusive person. I'm surprised you even talked about butter or margarine in the first place before we even got to jam or marmalade.
We welcome all types of butter.
I think let's get it straight. So I'm for everything in there. So me, I think jam it can do, but I think, as you said, more on a scone as opposed to toast.
Yeah.
Especially, and I think jam and butter, not brown toast. More for white.
Very inclusive answer there. So we're now about to go live for ponies with Steph. Look, she found there's actual ponies at the Care Show. So we're going to hand over to Steph. Thank you very much, you guys.
No
for coming
problem.
and talking
Thank you
to
so
me.
much.
And we're handing over to Steph to interview a pony.
I can't hear anything. Okay, hello there. We have finally found the ponies. I am here with Katie and Monet here at the Beaucare stand. Katie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing really well, thank you. Yes.
Lovely. And tell me a little bit about Monet. Who do you have here?
I've got Monet, and he's a therapy horse. He's an American miniature horse, and we've come to Beaucare for their stand, and we're going to care homes, nursing homes, hospitals, hospices, mental health, anywhere where we can bring a smile, get laughter, get memories, confidence, and just bring some joy to people, because that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. And tell me a bit about the history of the company. So you started quite small, didn't you? And now you're much larger.
Yeah, I started off with an idea of thanking a care home for looking after my father, and I didn't want to bring biscuits or something, so I asked if I could bring a pony in, and it went down a real storm. All the residents came from upstairs and out, and then that gave me the idea. And then I was looking for a smaller horse, and I found Mr. P, who's getting plenty of attention over there, and yes, it started from there, and we just went into a lot of care homes where we'll give it a try and see if it works, but because I was the first one to do it and take horses inside, there wasn't any sort of thing to say it would work or it wouldn't. So when they saw it did work, the care homes, word got around, so all the care homes that were a bit dubious got in touch, and it's grown and grown and grown from there. And I've got 11 fully trained therapy horses that I've trained, and I brought Monet and Mr. P today.
They're the lucky ones.
Yes, and as you can see, they're looking like loving all the attention.
I'm sure they do love it. It's part of their job, isn't it? Yes. Take me through some of the training that goes into allowing them to come into the care homes.
A lot of desensitisation. I get their temperament first, then I build their trust in me and them. Then I take them into my house to see what they're like in the house. The television on, the hoovering, cats and dogs running around, and then I'll take them into town. I'll take them anywhere where they'll hear like different noises, and we build the trust. I think when you've got trust and that, you're halfway there. And then and it's they tell me how they're going to do a visit. So all 11 of them individually have their own way of meeting, greeting residents and people, and they seem to know what that person needs, you know, or what that person doesn't want. Monet, Wish, and Mr. P, they're very good at end of life. And it's very humbling and very special to be at the end of that person's life, to be able to know that these have helped them breathing, and maybe you've got the last smile, but it also helps the families know and help them with the grieving process. And I'm totally proud of that. Then you've got mental health side, where, you know, there's an awful lot of that around at the moment, and it's very big. These can take them in, and it calms them down, and it's very one-to-one. And I'm like on the sidelines, because it's between that person and Monet, just giving each other and building that confidence, getting that conversation. You know, that person will converse with Monet even though he can't talk, but it's like he knows.
They're intuitive, aren't they?
Whereas like us as humans, we need constant conversation and recognition, and, you know, we need people to be involved. And sometimes we don't want to be that, or we can't express that. And talking to these helps that process of breaking down that barrier. So yes, I'm very passionate and very, very proud of them.
As you should be. I feel like you're giving people such a special experience, especially at end of life, when those special moments do mean everything to those people. Yes. And what an honour for Monet and Mr. P and all the gang to be involved in that kind of thing. It's wonderful. Just tell me your company name again.
KL Pony Therapy and Events, and we travel nationwide, and it's really, if I may say so, it's very successful, and you won't be disappointed with a visit. You know, no residents get disrupted. We can go in lifts, we can go in rooms, people can have their own personal visit, and families can come in and see that care home's giving an activity which probably has some meaning to that person, because if you're 90-year-old or something, you've had horses, whether it's been the butcher, the milkman, the coalman, or something like that, or you've had horses in the field, or you've had horses, you've worked down the mines, you know, and you've had a pit pony. The stories are just, you know, and history, and you can't get better history than talking to someone that's been down the mine or been with a horse, or, you know, has a story.
Absolutely. It must be really good for people living with dementia as well, to kind of bring back those memories that they might have then lost.
Yes. Yeah, and sometimes people don't, because it's not something in the front, people don't realise to ask about, you know, something that's been buried away, you know, and I think we as people, we do bury quite a lot, you know, and think people aren't going to be interested. But in fact, when it does come out, the story is like a Christmas tree. It's like a book opening up, and you've got then the resident whose family find it difficult to talk because that resident doesn't want to talk. they have something else to dig into and spark the memory. So it's a win-win situation.
It is, and it's truly amazing. Thank you, Katie, for talking to me. I feel like we could talk all day about this. It's absolutely lovely. I'm going to hand back to York now. I think he might have another speaker. If not, maybe a VT. And I'm going to stay here with Monet and give him some more strokes.
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. And we have another sort of speaker. You know, you're here, you're speaking to people.
Yeah,
so,
I'm speaking to people.
Do you want
I'm not speaking at the event this time. I've done this event before, and I've done Langham Buson, but not this year.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Simon Crowther. I am Managing Director of CareSkilled, which is a care consulting company. And I've just re-entered the market. I've been a care provider starting in 2000. And I had a chain of domiciliary care, and I've had nursing homes and care homes. And I've just re-entered the market again 18 months ago by purchasing a home care business. And we're opening our second branch in January 23.
How's the business going? Home care business, you know, challenging times for all, but, you know, interesting business?
It's challenging, but we don't seem to have some of the issues that many other people have. You know, I'm kind of trying to apply the things that I talk about in my consulting and talk about on social media and the information that I put out and the advice that I give. And we're actually just applying it for real, you know, kind of putting my money where my mouth is. And we don't seem to be having, I mean, it's taken a long time to get there, but we don't seem to be having the issue with recruitment, for example. I mean, now we've got to the stage where we're running an induction every 2 weeks and we're getting, you know, an average of 6 or 7 people on that induction every 2 weeks. So yeah, it's going really well, actually.
Oh, good. So it's interesting because we've talked before, and I think the same as me, we talk about this idea that it isn't necessarily that there's not enough people available, it's that the company isn't presenting the job in the right way, it isn't, you know, making people aware of the fact that care is a great place to work potentially for them, and finding the right people.
When I first started in the care sector, all you had to do was put an advert. It was pre-internet days, so you had to put an advert in the local paper and you were inundated with jobs, you know, and job applicants, and it wasn't really an issue. And I sold out in about 2006 and exited the sector completely. And coming back into it now, the biggest thing that I do notice is back then you had to be good at care, but you didn't really have to be that good at business or commercial. And when I say business, I think understanding things like operations, marketing, sales, that was a bit of an anathema in the care sector, and it still is. And I think those skill sets are lacking. And what I've learned is other sectors that I've worked in that are not care, I've used some of the skill sets of understanding sales and marketing techniques and applying them to the recruitment sector, applying them to recruitment. And I think that knowledge people are getting the hang of it now, and people are realizing that matters, but there's a lack of it within the sector because you've never really had to have that before. And if you get a grip of that and you realize that's what it's about and how you present yourself, how you market yourself and your values, you can actually engage with people. But it's not straightforward. It requires an awful lot of effort and a long lead time, but it certainly can be done.
What I find really interesting is the kind of idea of low-cost innovation. So the idea of things that people can do, so tips, tricks, techniques that people can do to apply to the process. So I talked to Alfie earlier. He talked about creating an avatar. You know, it doesn't cost anything to do that. You know, it can be really valuable. What if you got a tip, a trick? You know, and that could be from the recruitment side. It could be as an operator of a home care company.
I think the fundamental thing to do is realise that the power is actually not with the employer anymore, because we're at full employment, and everybody's the same. This isn't a care sector thing. I hear that this is a care sector thing. It's not. I read a story in the paper just last week that there is a barristers' chambers in London which is offering 100,000 to a trainee barristers on 100,000 straight out of uni, because they can't recruit people. My own accountant was saying that they're now paying for junior trainee accountants. They're paying what a qualified accountant used to, because they just can't get people. So this is across the country. We're at full employment. So you have to, the tips and the trick, the very first thing I would say is you've got to change your mindset and realise that what have you got to offer the staff member, not what you want from them. So when I look at job adverts, you know, you go on Indeed and look at the job adverts for the care sector, and they're all the same. They're essentially just a list of bullet points that basically is their job description stuck onto Indeed, and then apply here. And it's what must you have, and what must you have. Put that on its head, and it's what can you give. And I'm not talking about the kind of little twee things like you know, a blue light card or discounts on this, or I'm talking about your values and your culture. And Skills for Care have been shouting this for ages. It's this values-based recruitment. But you're taking that values-based recruitment and you're actually turning it into an advertisement. And you know, you were saying about Alfie before, and you know, I've spoken to Alfie and yourself in the past. So this will, if anybody's watching this, go back, watch the Alfie interview, then come back here. But what I'm saying is about the avatars. The purpose of the avatar is you're trying to sell to those each individual people. So if I've got one job advert, or if I've got one job, I will actually have 7 adverts because I've got seven avatars. So I've written an advert specifically to sell to each one of those people. Now that doesn't cost anything. It costs time because you've got to kind of learn about it, watch videos like this, look at what Alfie's saying, look at what you're saying, sign up, educate yourself on this stuff, but it costs nothing to implement.
So you would advocate for, if you are recruiting at the moment and you've only got one version of your job advert, that's not good enough.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You've got to decide who is it you're targeting. And you know, the avatar, that's what the avatar, I'm not going to repeat all that because obviously you've just spoken about that. But that's, you know, who are you after? Who's your target market? And that comes from marketing in other sectors. You know, business to consumer marketing is, you know, ironically I learned this selling, nothing to do with care, selling boxing gloves. You know, how do I sell my brand of boxing glove and take on Adidas and Reebok, who dominate? I can't take them on, I don't have their marketing budget. So I've got to be clever about the way that I do it. And it's applying that into the care sector and looking at who is your market being who is it that you're trying to target, who is going to come and work for you, what do they want, and what can you offer them? Why are you better than all your competitors for that one person? You know, I can't solve the recruitment problem for the whole sector. What I can do is solve my problem. Now that might sound a bit selfish, you know, that I can't really solve it for the sector, but I wish I could. What I can do is solve it for myself, although that is at the expense of my competitors, because I just have to make sure that the people who do want to work in the care sector come to me rather than anyone else. And if you change your mindset to that, and then there's loads of free resources out there, you know, get onto Twitter, get onto social media and follow people who are not necessarily in the care sector. People who talk about sales, people who talk about marketing, people who talk about how to write a sales pitch. Educate on that and then develop your strategy, your recruitment strategy from there. And then it will work. And the proof's in the pudding, it's working for us really well. It's taken a long time though, it's taken about 12 months to get to that stage, but now it's kind of got a life of its own.
Lovely. So we have a big question which we're trying to answer today. We were having a debate at breakfast this morning, the 5 and Invite team, and we were talking about toast. Okay. And I said, oh, you know, some butter on toast and some jam on top of it. And 2 of my team said, what do you mean butter and jam together on toast? And I said, what do you mean not having butter? So just putting the jam on the toast.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So where do you stand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Butter.
Absolutely, butter on toast.
Yeah. With jam, right? And
yeah.
With jam on top.
Yeah,
and you mix it together a little bit. You know,
Butter's like your primer.
Yeah.
You put that on. That's setting the stage.
We're building a strong consensus here, so I'm going to hand over to Seth. Thank you very much for coming in, Simon.
Great, thanks very much.
Really useful, really good information to share with everybody. You know, really spread that kind of culture of innovation and change in the sector we need. So I'm going to hand over now to Steph, who is talking to someone around the stand. Oh, she's in an ice cream van.
Hello. So I am here at the Blue Leaf ice cream van with the lovely Steve, who he is just making some ice creams. I am going to be making an order from him. It's probably his 6th ice cream of the day, so he's still learning. But tell me, Steve, how are you enjoying the show?
It's it's really good. It really is. It's a great atmosphere. A lot of good people here, and it's been good for Blue Leaf. So Blue Leaf we've benefited a great deal from being here, in conjunction with our good friends, the ice cream company as well. So it's been good. Yeah.
Lovely. And tell me a little bit about Blue Leaf.
We specialise in the care sector, so we supply all care homes throughout the UK with everything from chemicals to incontinence pads, Design Lab, which is a dementia-friendly part of the business where we have furniture. We can design a full project from one room and supply one room in 7 days to a full project in a full nursing home. Again, based around dementia-friendly values. So it's very important for the care home industry and very important for the UK. I think dementia is underrepresented. So yeah, it's 35, 36 years supporting the care industry. So yeah, we've got a lot to offer. National coverage now, so we go up to Scotland all the way down to the south coast. So yeah, it's good.
Lovely. And what was the idea behind the ice cream van?
I think the concept started from an idea from our marketing team where we took this out to some care homes and we served ice cream to some of the care home residents, people who were in the rest. So the elderly people would come out on a nice summer's day and we'd give them free ice cream. And it was just a nice concept. And there's a little square down there where we'd get photographs for our marketing and things like that. So it was just to give them something new, something fresh, get them out of the residence homes for a short while, and yeah, it was really, really well received. We had a lot of good feedback, and a lot of people have since said, can you come up here, or can you come to the north, or can you come to the south and come to our care home? And I think it created a buzz around the care home. So it was really good, yeah.
Lovely. I'm sure that's something the residents really looked forward to as well. I'm now going to order an ice cream off of you. So may I please have an ice cream? Can I have a soft scoop with chocolate sauce and a flake, please? And we're now going to judge deeply on Steve's skills. He has been practicing for this very moment. Stunning, absolutely stunning. 10 out of 10 for the display. The flake is in. No, chocolate. Oh, falling short at the sauce. I don't want a mixture, no, I'm okay, thank you, just the chocolate. Oh my goodness, look at that. Absolutely stunning. Well, thank you. It is the highlight of my day. Thank you for talking to me, Steve. I'll let Sakara have one after we've done this bit. Oh, it's dripping on me, look at the oozy drip. Oh my goodness, oh no, oh God. So if you want to come and get an ice cream from Steve and his crew, it is near E50. It is the big ice cream van, I mean, you can't miss it. And I'll be here getting this off my fingers. See you soon.
I'm really hoping that Steph is bringing me back an ice cream right now, ordering me one and bringing me it back. So I'll be looking forward to that. Welcome back to the studio. We have no speaker with us at the moment, but I will chat to you for a little bit and then maybe we'll go to a little video we recorded earlier this week with Sonia. So let's have a look. What's on? What's going on at the Care Show at the moment? Right, so we are first day, Wednesday the 12th of October, and it is 1:45. Wow, 1:45 already. Long day. So what's on now? There's a how the best care organisations engage effectively and why. There is a how care providers can optimise their online footprint for success. There's also what digital social care records and integration mean for the quality of care. I'm reading these really well. I'm normally particularly bad at reading things like this out loud. Best practice in dementia care. And on the keynote stage, what frontline workers really want. Oh, that'll be a good one. We might, maybe we'll send Steph in there for a sneak peek and have a look at that one. And that's a really interesting one. The guys from the Health and Social Care Club that have put together a panel which includes a relative. So, you know, as they always say, it's really important for the people receiving care and the people that are involved in the care sector, the families included, to have their voice heard too. So we will go now to play out a video from Sonia Ray. Thank you.
In terms of culture, you know, small little things saying thank you,
thinking about other people, making time, planning ahead, all of these things when you're managing your teams are very, very important. And what you want to really, ideally, you want to create is a culture where people will go out of their way because they feel so valued. And they will do that extra shift, and they will do this and they will do that because they know they're going to get it back tenfold from their employer. And that doesn't have to be monetary, doesn't have to be a 20% raise. It could be done in so many other ways. So think a bit outside the box and move away from that generic start. It's not working. People are individual. People want different things now when they go to work. The world's massively changed. So we have to keep up with that.
How companies can maybe use kind of the function of HR to really make those positive cultural impacts that they want to within organizations. Like I know, like as a business owner myself, sometimes the culture you aspire to have isn't the one that you've got. And it's really difficult to kind of work out how you might change that. And it takes a long time. And I think, you know, by using some clever tools in a HR function, like maybe over time you can do that. So I don't talk me through if you had any clients that have had sort of success along this lines of like really changing their culture and really changing the perception people have of what they're like as an employer.
Yeah, we have. Obviously, you know, it's been in the news. We talk about it a lot. You know, recruitment in social care is such an issue for so many providers, so many organisations. And it's because either people start with an employer and they're like, this isn't what I was sold, this isn't my expectations of what it was going to be like to work here, or actually it's just not a very nice place to work and I don't really like it. And so we've seen two issues really, recruitment and retention, and they really do link in with each other. So we've worked with quite a few clients on, I think normally, you know, they're coming to us because they need us to put out some kind of a fire or there's an emergency. And usually, you know, one of them could be, we've got a recruitment crisis. And we've been working with a client for about a year now. And that was very much the case when they first came to us. And they had this very generic HR outsource model, like a lot of providers do. And we are seeing a lot of people moving away from that now. So they didn't really know what was in their contracts. Their policies they were there, so they could show a CQC inspector, yes, we've got disciplinary, yes, we've got this, we've got that, but it didn't really reflect who they were as an organisation. So we started doing kind of two types of work. Essentially, we do the reactive kind of work, which is the cases that are coming in, you know, looking at those sickness absences, those potential disciplinaries, what's kind of going on in the organisation when people are upset or unhappy and unengaged. And then we run a very proactive piece. So we looked at their, you know, their HR, their contracts. We rewrote everything. We consulted with staff. We talked about what the new culture wanted, what they wanted it to look like. You know, what is their vision? What is their purpose? Do their staff know this? Do they live it? And then we've been on a journey with them essentially, but not just them, lots of clients like them in the care sector. And, you know, now we're at a place where we have changed what the employer brand looks like out there on social media, you know, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, all of these kind of things with them about giving out the right message. But we've looked at benefits, we've looked at what they can do on like a shoestring budget, essentially. So not a huge amount of money in the pot, in some cases, nothing at all. But what can we do? You know, things like birthdays off, supporting a charity, all these kind of things. Just trying to make life easier, really, for everyone. So happy employees.
So do you have like one piece of advice just to sum up? Like, what could I do? You know, fixing culture is a big job. You know, what's something I can start today? What should I do? As I'm a manager or an owner, what can I do? What can I change now?
I think if you've got problems with recruitment and retention, I think there's probably a couple of things that you need to look at. So first of all, do you know what your employment documents are, and do you know, like, are they reflective of you? You know, often we see contracts that the owners think that they're fit for purpose and they're really, really not. They're too generic. So I would say, I know
all about those. I've got a handbook for 5 and a
yeah,
which is
exactly.
generic. But
Exactly.
I don't even want to look at it.
Well, you see, the problem that we're having now is a lot of providers are coming to a CQC and saying, we're not interested in, we know who that provider is, we know they're large scale, we see that everywhere,
we're not now accepting that, and people are being tied into. So I would say move away from the generic side of things, think about your organisation and start small things. You know, are we having one-to-ones? Are we talking to our staff? Do we don't be defensive, be brutally honest about what needs to change in your organisation. Get your basics and your house in order in terms of the foundations of your HR. You know, a lot of people, like I said, don't tick box when it comes to your policy and your process. Think about what you want and is that reflective?
Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. We're going to have a short break now and come back to you at about 2:10, hopefully with the Health and Social Care Club group, who will talk to us. Maybe we'll fit 2 or 3 of them on the sofa. We'll see how it works. We'll see you at 2:10. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker Lounge. So, Meet the Speaker Lounge, Meet the Speaker Studio. It's been a long day so far, Sanga. So I have a new speaker with me today. Sanga, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Chakravarti.
Just talk to me, it's fine. Yeah.
I'm Sanga
The
Chakravarti.
cameras are not there, nobody's watching us.
Oh, okay, that's great. I'm Sanga Chakravarti, founder and CEO of Invicta IQ. We are recently launching 2 of our new products. It's a tech product. One is Audit on Cloud, which helps all your care businesses to be compliance ready always. And then the other is Druva OneView. It's a management information and business intelligence platform which pulls data from multiple systems and helps you get one source of truth or one source of insight. These are all custom built for social care. We are radically trying to change social care in the way how they use data and technology to change the lives of people.
Lovely. So you're fresh off the stage just a few minutes ago, you're up there, adrenaline pumping. How was your talk? Any interesting insights that you want to share with us from it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fantastic to share ideas and listen to people who comes and listens to you, because they in turn then share so much of insights. Technology, as you know, is something that people have to use in our sector. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. It's for today, it's for now. So yeah, it has been a great session and it was very interesting. So heard a lot about the challenges that people still continue to face with technology. In fact, you and I, we were talking about contracts and how, sometimes people are tied to longer contracts when sometimes the technology is not actually helping them as much. So these are some changes that needs to happen in our sector at those levels as well. So yeah, it was fun.
Was this the talk where you had a relative come along?
Yes, so no, this is not the one.
No, it was a different one. Okay, but
so
you are doing a talk.
Yeah, so Relatives one is tomorrow.
Yeah.
I hope you're going to cut all
Yeah,
those.
it's fine.
Yeah. So Relatives one is tomorrow, where I'm really looking forward to it. It's more about understanding what do relatives want. And often there is, finding care for a loved one is a very daunting process. And I have been caring for my mother for past 19 years now. Now she is no longer there, but I understand that process, how difficult it could be. And even though we didn't go for an external care support, but we know how daunting and how difficult it is, not just emotionally, but also logistically as well as financially. So tomorrow's talk is going to be really interesting, because we have a panel of people, group representations, relatives who are actually caring for people, and to really hear what they are looking for, because it's not easy for relatives or loved ones to send their loved ones to a care and then to be quiet or not be informed of. And sometimes the providers, they say, well, how can we improve the collaboration between the relatives and ourselves even better? So we are going to touch quite a lot of points around those as well. So what are relatives looking for, how they can collaborate more, what should the service providers be looking for, what should be the care organizations be looking for.
We've been talking a lot today about low-cost innovation, so ideas, tips that you can share with people about things they can do. It might even be just someone caring for somebody at home. Have you got any ideas, any tips you can share?
Yeah, there are a couple of them I like to share. We all know that workforce crisis is something that the sector has, in tons, and we often talk about recruitment and retention. One of the things that I always want to highlight is, when we go for recruitment, it's always better to use your network, your own employees. And many times, there are lots of referral programs, but one quick way of letting the employees or the workforce continually know of a referral program is to add that behind their payslip. It's a continuous reminder that, there is a referral program, and if you find the right person who are ready to work in your team, then you get X amount of financial remuneration or some kind of remuneration. So that's one thing which I this is not my original tip. I've seen one of our clients, one of bigger care home providers, they do that, and I was quite impressed. And they said that their rate of referral scheme had really gone up because of that repeated reminder, which comes as part of the payslip. So that's one. Another thing that I would like to share is many times, rota management is a big problem for many of the care providers, and communicating about the availability of a particular slot at last minute could be a challenge. And sometimes we don't see of simpler solutions like WhatsApp group within a company environment as well. And those could be something that people can explore, instead of buying a heavy, big, high-duty rota management system, which sings and dances, but perhaps is not as relevant for a smaller care provider. They could use free tools like WhatsApp, for example. So that could be one. And the other thing that I wanted to share for anyone who cares for their loved ones at home, they could maintain some kind of an electronic record keeping in the form of words. They don't have to, buy into a system or something of those sorts. There are lots of other freely available technology that is available that people can use and take advantage of.
Lovely. And I have one big question for you about toast.
Sure.
So we were having a debate this morning at the breakfast table at 5 and Bike, and I said, butter and some jam and butter on your toast. And two of the team stopped me and said, what do you mean butter and jam? Why just have jam straight on the toast? Where do you stand on this?
Actually, I like butter and jam on toast, and you know who made me an addict to it? It's my husband, and I used to have a similar kind of response. It can be either butter or it can be jam, it can't be both. And he said, why don't you try? And I'll tell you one good company, it's Lurpak. I'm not advertising, I'm not even connected with them, but try some Lurpak butter and some, any jam. It's just lovely.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much for coming and talking to us today. We are going to go live over to Steph, who is at Ian Donnelly's talk. You probably hear that in the background. And she is nearly ready, going to film something over there. I'll film for a few more seconds just to see whether Steph here outside, and we're ready to go. So thank you, Sanga, and handing over to Steph. Thank you.
Hello, I am outside the Care Keynote stage where Big Ian Donaghy, famed celebrity in the care sector, is currently doing his speech on, I think it's Music 1 Dementia Zero. Yeah, it is Music 1 Dementia Zero. Now, he opened this talk with some song sung by himself. He is currently asking people what the song that makes them cry is. I'm hoping he's going to sing again, but maybe we can just have a little peek in and have a little see what he is talking about. Just come this way.
That a 52-year-old father of two does. Tell you what, few shandies, boom. C&C Music Factory gonna make you sweat. Running Man all night. Oh hell, I could be on Strictly. So, we need to think. Music cuts through the fog.
And I'm just going to let this gentleman in. Are you going in there, sir? No? Okay, let's go this way. Maybe we'll come back in a minute and check on Ian and see if he's singing. But in the meantime, I'm sure I have a couple of people who might want to talk to us, so I'm just going to lead you this way. Now, I know that this gentleman here said that he would be happy to talk to me. Hello. We are live on YouTube at the moment. I've chosen to come over to your stand because it is arguably one of the most exciting ones, to be honest.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
I know I've just kind of grabbed you off guard, but are you happy to talk to me today? Love that energy. Okay, so tell me your name, tell me the company, what are you doing?
So my name's Harry Bicknell. I work for a company called Creed Food Service. We're a food service provider to companies nationwide. A whole range of different sectors, but care is a massive focus for us. You've got specialists such as that handsome devil over there, who's a care specialist for us, and also Juliet is another one of our care specialists as well. So we're here today to try and get our food into more businesses, basically, into more care groups.
Love that. And how is it going so far? What's the energy in the event?
Really, really well, to be fair. I mean, we've got a lot of great looking products here today. These cakes here are really premium. They actually, we supply them into the National Trust. And although these aren't care specific, we're using these to sort of pull people in, and it's working well. You'd be surprised, even breakfast time, we got a lot of people in at breakfast time, so we're supplying a lot of unhealthy diets today.
Definitely. There's someone giving away apples, but you're giving away 2,000 calorie bars by the looks of it.
Well, that has apple in it. So
It's healthy. Bam, done. The thing that strikes me the most about these is the size. That looks like a really good door wedge sized flapjack.
it is a good portion. I mean, we didn't bring a knife, so a lot of people are just walking away like, wow, I'm full after that. Tomorrow, we're back here tomorrow, we're going to bring a knife so we can, you know what I mean, dish out some better portions.
It's a learning curve. It's day one. You've got day two to rectify all the mistakes.
Day one, it has been a really good day so far, to be fair. So yeah, looking forward to day two as well.
Awesome. And who is it that you'd like to encourage to come over to these stands?
Definitely. So whether you are an independent care home or whether you're part of a care home group and you're looking for a food supplier that doesn't just supply food like most of them do, especially a lot of the big players around the UK, we're a sort of food supplier that goes that extra mile. So we look after you, we support you from a cost point of view. A lot of care groups are really looking to save money at the moment because of the current climate, and also, you know, because care residents are expected to pay a lot of money for their care at the moment. We feel that, you know, they should be getting good food for it. You know, you're paying like $2,000 a week for your parents going to care. You're going to want them to have a good meal, and obviously to sort of prolong life, you need a lot of nutrition. You need a good meal, and to get residents interested in food will help you introduce colour into all of your meals as well. Help you keep your menus exciting. You know, food that your residents want to eat. That's hopefully going to save you money as well. So, yeah, if you're a care home group, independent, come over and say hello, have a piece of cake, and hopefully we can start supplying you some food.
Lovely. That's J85, by the way, if you wanted to come over and meet Harry and the crew. Thank you very much, Harry, for talking to me.
No worries. Thank you very much. It's been lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too. I'm sure you'll see us around. We are now going to head this way, Sakara, I think. Thank you, Harry. I think we're going to be heading to the Beer and Bubbles tent. Is that right? Am I right? Let's go then. So we are now at the kind of side of the hall, and we are walking past the food market. We are probably going to stop and wave at our friends at the CWC. We might have friends at the CQC here too. I don't know where their stand might be, but the CWC will give them a wave. And we are going to head towards the Beer and Bubbles Lounge, which is just down in the bottom corner of the show. So as you come in through the entrance, it's right, far to the right. And we will head this way. We're nearly at the Care Workers Charity, so we'll give them a great big wave. Wave at the Care Workers Charity. Hello again. Oh, lovely. Aisha hasn't escaped the camera this time. She is, in fact, on camera. And here we go. I can see York pacing up and down outside the Beer and Bubbles Lounge. It's almost as if he's trying to get on the camera. Just going to squeeze past these people here. And I can see him now. So here we are at the Beer and Bubbles Bar. Now this is a place for you to kind of rest, relax, have some conversations, chat to people, as York is doing now. Maybe ordering a glass of Prosecco or champagne. I'm going to say it's probably Prosecco. And there's another kind of breakout area behind as well. So there's lots and lots of space to kind of catch up with people, have some networking. If you're bored of talking to stands, you can come here and have a bit of a relax. And yeah. York looks like he is ordering a drink, and I think he's trying to hold on to some time. We have Mark Tops and Adam Purnell. Adam with his absolutely giant fan, which is currently lit up, looking absolutely fantastic. I think it is time for a drink. I'm not sure if York wanted me to hold on to this or whether we should go to a VT. It looks like he's now ignoring me, so I think we'll probably go to a VT or a holding slide. Oh no, he's here. He's here. Hello. Cheers. That took a lot of talking and a lot of time, but here we are. Hello, are you enjoying the time?
I am. I still need to talk to that. I am having a lovely time at the Beer and Bubbles Lounge. The live stream is on the TV over there, as you can see. So you can come to the Beer and Bubbles Lounge and watch the live show, have some bubbles or some beer, talk to different people. There's some people there we could talk to, Adam and Mark. Do you want to talk to them?
Yeah, we can if you like. I'm wondering whether it's champagne or Prosecco. This is where we test his taste buds.
I think it's sparkling wine.
Just ye old sparkling wine, your standard. Carver? Could be. Is it dry? A bit. Oh, it's a brute one. Okay. Did you want to go over and grab your pals? Okay, are you? I think we're going to grab these two here who are anxiously waiting for their drinks. Oh, here they are. Hello. York is wrangling them into the camera. Should I start migrating over there? I'm going to migrate over here and basically force them to be on camera. There's no choice involved here. Hi guys. Hi Mark.
Hello, how are you? Yes, good, thank you. Yeah, good, thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. You don't need to force us to come on camera, honestly. Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I heard you did a talk earlier. How was it?
Yes, no, it was really good. So it was on the keynote on attracting and retaining outstanding managers. So yeah, really good discussion.
Lovely. And how are you enjoying the show, Adam?
Oh, it's really good. I mean, it's great. I'm lucky because I have no talks today, so it's just like first day networking and really getting to go around, meet people. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We've got 3 tomorrow. Caring View's got 1 around cost of living crisis, which is going to be exciting. So yeah, no, really enjoying it. Nice buzz.
It does feel like a nice buzz. I feel like we're still kind of in post-pandemic times. There's still that energy of people like desperate to go out and have a good time. So I think it's good.
I mean, there's an expectation, isn't there? Because last year's was incredible. When I mean, that was the first time I'd met Mark properly, and it was a really, really good show. And it was like, will it live up to that hype? Will it be as good as that one? Because that was like the first big event post-COVID. I mean, we were still scanning COVID passes to get in last year. Whereas I think it's held up. I think
absolutely.
And there's like loads really nice little additions this time round, like, you know, with York over up there and the Outstanding Lounge and the Beer Lounge, and it's really growing and adapting, and yeah, I really enjoy it.
I think what's nice is there's a lot of new faces as well. There's a lot of new suppliers that I've not seen, so actually it's not the same old. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I said the same.
Suppliers though, is it? It's the managers. So like Mark and I connect with so many people on LinkedIn, and it's so great to see new talent come in and new speakers come in, and you know, we were in awards last night, we didn't know anyone there, and it's really great to see this fresh sort of entry into social care. We've got the Skills for Care report, which obviously saying that we're shrinking and we actually need more workforce, but it's nice that we're retaining the right ones.
I feel like you guys are quite big names in the care sector. Do you have people coming up to you like, oh, I know you, and you don't know who they are?
Yeah, I do, and I find it really awkward. Or I find it awkward that they don't look like their profile picture, like on LinkedIn or Facebook, and then it kind of completely throws me, but yeah.
The badges are useful, I think.
The arrogant answer is yes, but we don't do that. We do it to connect and do sports. But it is the whole sort of, oh, hi. Yeah, how are you?
Hi, John.
I have like Zoom blindness though. Like I can recognize anyone on Zoom or anything like that. Meet them in person, lost. No idea. And that transition into 3D world, I can't cope with it. So
it's things like height that throw me off. I'm like, hello.
Yes, so much so.
Or if I've met somebody before, I'm really good with faces but not names. So I'm like, I reckon, but I don't know who you are.
That happened to us last night, didn't it, Mark? Yeah, I need to. Mark came up to me and asked to order some awards, but I didn't work for the awards show. It's fine. We know each other now. A bit of a summary then, guys. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the event?
Well, tonight we're meeting for dinner, so there's 46
that will be there.
Yeah, so really looking forward to that. I think that's always a good evening. And then tomorrow being on the stage, and I think just meeting people, catching up, and yeah, just enjoying the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, it's the same. I mean, the dinner group has grown. It started off as like a cocktail group, and it's now like full on booking out entire restaurants, which is mental, but again shows the growing social care. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We're introducing our proposal for a care register for care professionals, which I think will be a good conversation. I'm looking forward to the Caring View talk. It's a shame we've had to change it, but we have. But I'm looking forward to doing that, and it's just great to be able to meet new people. That's what I want to do, just meet more new people.
I think what I'm looking forward to with the Caring View talk tomorrow is around the cost of living, is actually being able to give some tools that we've created actually back to registered managers and providers that are going to be free resources, which is what the Caring View is all about. It's about supporting the network, offering that free advice, those free tools, the documentation, and yeah, it's going to be great to actually be able to do that tomorrow. So
awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Love the free merch.
It's a really good bottle. If you can find these people, whatever they're called.
Here we go. Acton Banks, everybody, for a free bottle. I've been doing the freebie review, so I've been going around and reviewing everyone's freebie, so I'll go there.
I'm going around asking everyone if they like Soflora or not, and if they say no, I ask for it, because I love Soflora. Honestly. You get it free in your tote bag. It's like a cleaning product.
Well, you'll have to go get some.
I'll have to go get myself some.
It's amazing teddy from Beaucare, and if you want something inspirational.
This is a haul, everyone. This is a what's in my bag.
I've got these really inspiring books from Log My Care, which are really good. They've just got these inspirational quotes on them, which are really good. So
I love this. The freebie review has expanded.
Oh yeah, they are good bottles.
It's like an unboxing video of this, isn't it? I got a mug.
These are really
They're so good. We've got one of those. They're so good.
Charger.
do you have a Care Show branded power bank?
Oh my god! If I'm trying to rate who's winning, I don't know who's winning at this point.
Obviously, Big Ian's book.
Obviously, if you haven't got Big Ian's book, you might as well go get it now. He's there. He's in there right now, and he is singing. So
I don't know what else I've got. I don't think I've got anything else.
I don't know who's. I think Adam might be winning. He's still going. He's still going.
Don't like Saflora, come and find me at the talks that I'm doing tomorrow and give them me because I love Saflora.
He's collecting them.
Fan. I don't feel like you've shown your fan off.
That was free.
You've been the wrong way. Where are the lights? Where are the lights?
Oh no! Oh no!
Marketing is a legend. Brought me a fan because she loves me and I love her. I always have a fan with me wherever I go.
I always see him with a fan. I thought that you just brought this.
I know I perspire more than it rains in like the monsoon season, so I have to have a fan with me. And yeah, she brought me one, and I forgot mine this year. So and it lights up.
It's like everybody thinks you have a fan. Everybody says I always wear a.
So when you see me at dinner tonight, like this.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Well, thank you guys. I really enjoyed that freebie review. I now don't need to do my next section of freebie review because we've done it. So thanks, guys. I will leave you to your bubbles. And sorry for kind of grabbing you last minute. I'll probably talk to you a bit later. Hi, guys. That was Adam Purnell and Mark Tops. They will be speaking tomorrow if you wanted to catch their talk. I didn't catch what time it's at, but I'm sure you can find it on the schedule. I'm now going to head back to the studio, and it may be York, it may be a VT, but I will see you very soon.
Oh, hi. Hi, welcome back. Cheers to cheers to Adam and Mark for talking to Steph so long. And yeah, well done to Steph. Hasn't she been doing an amazing job filling the time, going around speaking to people. So we're here today to remind you at the Care Show. We're live streaming this video onto YouTube, so the hundreds of thousands of people that are watching this on YouTube right now, hello to all of you. We're also live in the Beer and Bubbles Lounge, and hopefully the Speakers Lounge too. We're interviewing people all day, so we're interviewing the speakers off the stage. They come off the stage and they come and speak to us. Coming up, we've got Fiona Walsh, Chris Donnelly, Nadra, Adam, and possibly Jackie Poole to come and talk to us and give us their insights. One theme we've discovered today is sort of small innovations, low-cost innovations that people can. And also, we found out a lot about toast. So we'll go up to, and we'll be back in a minute. So thank you very much. Right, you get a microphone on him. provider, just very, an interesting person to come and sit on talk about stuff in the care sector. So, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Sure.
And let us know who you are and what you do.
Yeah, my name's Jay Dodia. Along with Pavi Dodia, we set up Serene Care probably about 7 years ago now. And we came from a background in investment banking, private equity, and realised there was a gap in the care market, care sector that we would like. That we would like to, try and tap into to see if we can make an improvement and make a real change, and that's what drives us every day.
Lovely. So you've got a couple of care homes.
We've got a couple of homes, and we've exchanged our third one. So we're growing at a medium pace. I think a manageable pace is how I'd like to put it.
Lovely.
And our model is actually to find those homes which require a lot of TLC, those that are actually going to, probably be shut if they didn't get saved. We come in, we don't have any kind of pressures, so we buy it in equity largely. We'll make sure that the home's supported through the transition. It's fully refurbished, brought up to standard. So Harvey's got a degree from Stirling University in dementia design, so everything we do is geared towards that, and it's entirely refurbished, made fit for purpose again. And then, we make sure we take local authority residents without top-ups if they can't afford it as well. And we just want to provide really good quality care to anyone and everyone we can.
I think that's the really interesting thing about your model, is that you are happy to and trying to create a business that can function at
we don't think it's
level.
Sustainable that everybody is actually going to, expect private pricing, because we know, especially outside the southeast, where you've got property values or property wealth, it's not really affordable to everyone, and we want to make sure that we are providing good quality care and fit for purpose environment for everyone, and we've proven that there is actually, financial sense to do that, and it's sustainable. That's the main thing.
So we've been talking today a lot about sort of low-cost innovations, so ideas. That
we know a lot about that. Yeah.
So share some ideas. Share them with the social.
I think the main thing now is digital. So there's so much efficiency that you can drive by going digital, and that's what we've exploited or investigated or invested in effectively over the last year or so, and that's actually made a massive difference to our costs, our pressures as well. The hardest thing, remember, is staff. Because without staff, you don't have anyone to take care of your residents, and you want those staff to be supported. It's been extremely challenging. The pandemic's been brutal on everyone, but especially on care home staff. We've lost so many that have left the industry. So anything you can do to relieve the pressures on them, you have to do. So, and digital technology is a low-cost way to support your staff. If you can stop them from having to repeatedly manual, menial tasks like care notes all the time, when they could be spending that time actually caring for the residents, time with the residents. Whilst they're doing it, they've got an app, they quickly click it in, it's all populated for them. It's a no-brainer. Think about your own productivity when you have, tasks, emails, Outlook, things where you can automate things. How much quicker and efficient are you? Expand that tenfold, and that's how much digital can help you drive. And these are low-cost innovations. The amount of time and effort that you will save for your staff, and given the costs of staff compared to how much it costs for the digital technology, it's a no-brainer.
Is there a particular one that stands out to you? If I said, look, I could do one thing tomorrow in my care setting.
Yeah, well, when we looked at it, we looked at the whole market. We did a deep dive and looked, because we wanted to make sure that we're getting the right one that was, fit for us. And there's a lot of fantastic ones out there. There's a lot of innovation going on in the sector. We decided to go with one that has a full CMS system, which is like a care management system. So not only does it do the care planning, it also allows you to do the administrative tasks around, staffing, rostering, staff files, accounting, invoicing. It's got a whole suite within it. You've got a family function as well, so you can send photos securely to the families of the residents taking part in activities. And we just wanted one system that talks to everything, and that was really important to us. So we went for that. But people might find that they don't want to invest in the full thing. They just want help with the care planning side, or they just want someone to roster or rota, or anything like that. So find what's right for you. Look at everything. Don't go for the first thing you find, because there is a lot of things out there. Just do it in a, be clear about what you want to achieve out of it, and then find the right thing for you.
What motivates you to work in the sector? Why did you choose social care?
Well, our background is, like I said, Pavi and I met in investment banking. We both used to work at Goldman Sachs. I used to work in IBD, which is corporate finance, and Pavi did in operations. I then worked for a private equity real estate fund, and we were looking at care homes as property investments. At the same time, Pavi moved on to other banks within operations, so she's always dealt with regulators. And then at some point we said, okay, we want to get out of the rat race. We were both working long hours in the city, and we thought, what shall we go into? So
nice low hours job like owning a care home.
Well, it's not a low hours job because you're always on and it's 24 hours, but it's your own thing, so you got the flexibility, you can do it around your family life, and you can make a real difference. What we set out to do was, let's buy something which is asset backed, which was important to me, because if everything goes wrong, you have an asset there to protect you. Let's combine our skill sets. Mine's property and finance, hers is operations. We always knew if we went into care homes, it would be with a care manager to do the care side. We've had to learn that effectively because after we bought our first home, I think the manager went off long-term sick, so we had to actually move to Rugby, move to the care home and learn that as well, which is fantastic, I'd say now in hindsight. And combining that, and the real thing that makes us drive us every day is that we make a difference. We've seen our residents who come to us, they've been really disheveled, we cater for dementia and we try and support it, and we've seen our residents actually prosper and have a community life within the homes, and even if they're on end-of-life care, they've actually stayed with us for a number of years. So that's been really rewarding.
Lovely, and I've got one last big question for you. Toast.
Yes.
Talking about toast. So this morning at 5 and a Bike, we were having a conversation over breakfast.
Yeah.
And we said, I like butter on toast, but I like jam and butter. And two of my team said, what do you mean jam and butter?
Oh, yeah.
Just jam. I'm like,
no, jam and butter.
I'm like, what you saying? So you're right.
Well, first of all, the toast has to be
team
perfect.
Butter.
Yeah, toast has to be perfect. It can't be too soft. It can't be too much because you don't want it brown, but you want it that golden color. So make sure the right setting. Probably likes it soft, so I'm always putting mine back in after she pops it. And then it has to be buttered first.
There's nothing worse than when you second dip your toast and then you burn it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to be very careful. But then you have to butter it as soon as it's out because the butter has to melt into the toast, and then you put the jam on, and it's perfect.
That's it. Lovely. Thank you very much for joining us today, Jay.
No
I think we're going live out to Steph, who's got some interviews lined up, just getting herself into position. And so thank you, that was really interesting, great for sharing the tips, and we'll be going out to Steph.
Is this a member of your team? Yes. Hello there, I am at J60 at the Familio stand with Anne-Sophie from Familio. Hi Anne-Sophie, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very good, I already butchered your name for the start. Tell me a little bit about Familio then, what is it, what do you do?
So it's a service we provide to care homes to help them maintain the family communication with the residents and also from the care home to the families. So basically we just transform digital content, so photos and messages that families upload on an app, into a little newsletter for their loved one. So they get to see the family news on paper. They have all the photos of the grandkids, the kids, they get to see the family news. So this is done twice a month. And it's a great way to engage with the resident to know more about the families. And of course the care home can reply to the families by uploading as well messages and photos about what's going on in the care home.
Lovely. I can imagine that's really good for people living with dementia as well, to kind of bring back memories.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of people use it for reminiscence. Dementia therapists have used it a lot to engage with the resident and yes, indeed to remember good memories.
Lovely. And what's some of the kind of feedback that you hear from families about it?
So they feel like it's very comforting for them because all the things that they have is digital, but they know that their loved one can always adapt to this. So it really is a mean for them to kind of let them know what's going on outside of the care home. So they feel very comforting. And when they go visit also their loved one, they take the gazettes and they start having a little chat with their loved one, again to engage and to start remembering all things.
Lovely. And today at the show, who are you hoping comes over to your stand? Who would you like to encourage to come over?
Well, any care home provider who wants to provide this to the residents. So yeah, just care home providers, care home managers, activity leaders also with whom we work a lot. So yeah.
Lovely. And that's J60 by the way. And just overall, how are you finding the show? Are you having a nice day?
Yes, it's a great show, and I just have the music with Big Yan other there, so it's a great show.
It is some really lovely energy. Well, thank you, Anne-Sophie, for talking to me. And I'm going to head back over to the studio to Chris and York. So if you do want to get in touch with Familio, it is J60, and you can come and talk to Anne-Sophie and her team here. Thank you.
I think we're coming straight back, so I hadn't had time to have a proper brief. Is this okay? Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. I made our guest jump. So we have a new guest in the studio, Fiona.
Hello.
How are you? Could you just tell us who you are and what you do? Just talk to me, yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Fiona Walsh from DDS Architects. We're a specialist architectural firm, interior designers and advocacy group that design interiors for people living with cognitive and sensory impairment, and our particular area of interest is ageing and dementia.
Lovely. So we've been talking about lots of different things today. 500 Bike all about kind of promoting positivity in the sector and promoting kind of good practice, great practice, sharing ideas. Have you got any kind of low-cost innovations that people could implement immediately in their spaces, things that you find work really well in the homes that you work with?
I think we find that post-COVID our care homes, in particular long-term care homes, suffer particularly badly. And I think what we need to do is reassess our basic models in design. With regards to design, there are so many quick, easy, fast fixes. And when I say that, it's really about people being aware of the impact design can have and understanding that within the care setting, that people are triggered by things that you and I may not be triggered by. And I think it's really about educating a lot of maybe operators or staff to understand the impact environment has. Now, saying that, we can go right back to inception of design, where from the very outset of a project we can take inclusive design as one of the key driving principles, in which case we will get phenomenal outcomes. And obviously there's outcomes for the residents, there's outcomes for staff, and there's obviously outcomes for operators. But every building, whether it's new, refurbishment or planned maintenance, we can build in additional support for people to help them live more independently and obviously with less staff dependence.
I think it's really important is that when you need to live in a care home, the small things really make a difference to your life. So not having flush points between rooms. So if you happen to move about in a wheelchair, it makes it difficult. Or wide enough hallways. Sometimes that's something that can't be fixed, but those little small things really make a difference, don't they, to people, especially when your health is at such a sort of critically important point in your life.
They do, but there are other things too. I mean, there's quite a bit of inclusive design knowledge out in the market, and I think we've literally just scraped the surface, or drop in the ocean of what's possible. And I think the really good news for operators is that we embrace the whole concept of inclusive design as a specialist area, and we really take it on board. We can make huge changes. I would say things like flooring, yes, absolutely imperative that we have, a clear tone throughout, and obviously blending thresholds if we have to have them, or seamless joints. But we need to take things like, say, falls. We talk about falls and we think it's about flooring, but actually it's to do with the whole cognitive load in a building. So somebody with a cognitive or sensory impairment, yes, the floor may be correct, but what else is going on in the building might distract them and cause them to fall. And I think it's taking it to the next level of understanding that will see the greatest benefits to the care operators and to the staff and to the residents.
So you're going to do a talk shortly.
Yes.
What's the topic of the talk? Just talk us a little bit about that.
So I've been, the Shackletons Limited have invited me along on a panel. We're going to discuss care from funding through to fit out. And I think really it's a broad, there's a broad representation. We've got the furniture suppliers, we've got funding, we've got care home operators, we've got people who deal with the operational side of it and meeting, CQC criteria. So I think there's a broad view of where the market's going and what we can do to assist operators. But I think the positive news is, particularly from the design front, we've got massive advances we can make from where we are now, and they're not going to cost. I think the misconception in the market is that inclusive design needs additional funding and that it's going to affect the aesthetics. So people have images of, the old dementia units. That's not where we're going. We have 70% of people in all, not just in dementia care, but people in care homes, 70% to 80% actually have dementia, diagnosed or undiagnosed. So we need all our environments in care to be inclusive and not just the dementia units. But the good thing is we now have the knowledge and the expertise, so we can design so we have beautiful interiors, homely, comfortable, no stigma attached. There's no sense of it being a special environment, because to the untrained eye it is literally invisible. We can do all of this and support people, and they can live in beautiful environments we'd want to live in ourselves.
Yeah. So if I'm a care home manager or an owner of a care home, it's probably not purpose built, you know, maybe an older building, and I'm looking at a room and I'm thinking, is there anything I could do today, tomorrow, a quick tip to sort of help people make an improvement to an environment? I don't know, light, sound,
What I would say is the really quick fixes are probably visual and auditory clutter, and that's a bit of jargon, but if you think about somebody has to process every piece of information, particularly somebody living with Alzheimer's disease, which are 70% of people in our care homes, so they don't have any current new memories. So what I would say is if you look at the environment and think, right, it's all new to them. Every day it's new. They wake up and they're in a new environment because it's unfamiliar. They don't have that memory bank that the rest of us would have. So look at the environment and think, what would be the key things that they would have to look at and might, distract from task in hand or confuse? Is it quiet? Is it tranquil? Is it calm? So if you can think of what your Zen environment would be, try and create that for the resident. And if there's too much going on, we often talk about familiarity and design for care, and people think it's about doing retro, having zany wallpapers and retro furniture. It's not. It's about making it just comfortable and easy to operate in, so things that are intuitively done. So eliminate noise, eliminate clutter, be conscious that the tea trolley might be causing an issue, or next door's, the room next door, their TV may be too loud. And this will impact the resident. It may not impact us, and we may be able to drown it out, but actually that ability to focus on task in hand and drown out what's going on elsewhere is lost through dementia or cognitive and sensory impairment.
To get someone living with dementia, like you said, if they're not creating new memories, like I'm sure that anybody watching this would know that if you go to a new place, it's very tiring, isn't it? Because actually what you're doing is your brain is having to process lots of extra information, whereas in most scenarios when you do the same thing day in, day out, your brain has captured the information it needs and it can reduce the cognitive load, can't it?
Our brain works on multiple levels, but the two main ones are procedural memory, which is things we do day to day intuitively. Like you can make a cup of tea and you walk in and sit down on the couch, you have no memory of doing it because you've done it intuitively and procedurally. Whereas if you drop the cup, you'll remember that because it's a working memory, so it's in the immediate and it's the forefront of the brain. So what we need to do is make things as intuitive and familiar and predictable as possible, so you're working in procedural memory. A bit like in a care home, I had a particular friend whose wife was in care, and she was quite long way down her diagnosis. And the most upsetting thing for him was she no longer washed her hands after using the toilets. And I was saying to him, we're trying to break it down and really to give him peace of mind. And I said, well, I think what would really work is if we put in all those cues and prompts that will assist her, so it becomes procedural. So she uses the toilet, she then stands in front of the sink, she can see the soap. It's not in a white soap dispenser on a white wall, and she can see the towel. So she'll do it because there's cues and prompts and triggers, and that's procedural memory. Whereas if she has to find the soap dispenser, which is not familiar, and she has to find the towel dispenser, it's not familiar, so it becomes overwhelming. So rather than partake in the activity, she then gets frustrated and agitated and goes back to her room without washing her hands. And it's the really simple things that can make such a difference. Now we can do, large-scale infrastructural things as well, which will help hugely with, say, falls or incontinence or depression, apathy. We can build all these solutions in, but even within the existing environment we have, we can optimise what we've got, and I think that's the key message.
Lovely. So we've covered some big topics there, but I've got a really big topic for you. Toast. Toast. Yes. So we were having debate this morning at the Five and Right team at the breakfast table, and I said, let's have a bit of toast with butter and a bit of jam on it. And two of my team stopped and went, what do you mean butter and jam? And they said, just put jam on the toast. And I said, sorry, what are you talking about? Where do you sit on this? Butter, jam, or just
I'm
jam?
Irish, it's butter all the way.
Butter.
Forget the jam.
I think that would probably be a popular choice.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming to visit us today.
Not at all.
It's been great. Good luck with your talk, and we'll see you soon. So I'm just going to do a little out to the camera and say bye. So we will just go over to a holding screen for a while, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. Here we have Chris with us. Do you want to say hi and give us tell us who you are and what you do, Chris?
Yeah, so my name is Chris Donnelly. I'm the founder of a company called Lottie. I co-founded it with my brother, and we also own a company called Found. In terms of what Lottie does, Lottie's the fastest growing marketplace for individuals looking to find care, and Found is the leading CRM and occupancy platform for the care home industry.
What inspired you to come into the sort of care home space in terms of Lottie?
So effectively as a family we'd had some really bad experiences for years. So across 4 different grandparents we'd had 4 pretty bad experiences. And I think it led us to the belief that like there shouldn't be these platforms promoting bad care, and you shouldn't be able to have operators being able to provide bad care and being known for providing good care. And I think that was like the genesis. It was, let's build a platform that only represents good quality care. And that was kind of the initial idea, and we went with that. And obviously since launching a year and 3 months ago in Cliché Bedroom, it's obviously now like a team of 50 people working every day just on the marketplace, because clearly there's a requirement for independent adjudicator to promote quality effectively.
So is there a way that you vet people in particular, vet companies? Because like you said, it's fairly easy to make yourself look good as a care provider, even if you're not.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we use all the hard statistics. So we'll take all the statistics from CQC and we use that as like a hard stat. We'll pull all the different review sites, everything together to form an aggregated review score. So it's not perfect, but it's a view of all reviews. Then we'll have people that inspect care homes ourselves from our team. And then if we've worked with a care home group before, they bring a new home to market, we might allow that home on if it's got a good rating. So we use a variety of different sort of metrics to come up with our score. And it's called the Lottie Score, which we might bring to the public. We're not sure yet. We've obviously got a lot of other stuff on at the moment. But yeah, that's the founding principle is ultimately our customer is the care seeker, and they should get the best experience in looking for care.
Yeah, it's really important. I think we often forget about that person in there, which isn't typically the person that actually needs the care. It's the family member. Exactly. And it's a really, really difficult decision to make, because the impact, especially like you said, you've had 4 bad experiences. After the first one, the impact of getting it wrong and how bad that is, and it's frustrating for people, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think for us, the initial point was we need to be able to stop the proliferation of faked good reviews, because if you look nowadays, everything is a good review. It's absolutely wild, and I think that from our perspective, it was just starting. Point 1 was providing a honest view on the market, and I think the second stage in evolution of the business is now like, how can we help care providers and the care homes themselves operate better? How can we help them deliver a more excellent service and actually start influencing the quality of care in the long term as well? So it's morphing and changing as startups do, but that was the initial idea.
So we've talked a lot today with different people about innovations in care, sort of low-cost innovations. Have you any ideas you can put forward to people, any things that you think can do? Obviously there's a range of challenges across the care sector, occupancy, recruitment, operational issues. Have you got any ideas that you could share with our audience?
I think I'm speaking about this quite a bit at the moment, but I think the easy ones would be, if I was a care operator and I had a low budget, I would think to myself, well, ultimately I need to think about local SEO, for example, which is like, how do I as a business come up locally in my area for my own name, but wording and keywords around my name. And I think the easy way of doing that at low cost is just write blogs, write content every single week without fail. It will take a bit of time to kick in, but it's incredibly low cost and incredibly high yield for the business. The second is obviously social media. As a sector, care is not the most like sexy or social media savvy, but the audience that the care sector are trying to sort of attract broadly, 55 to 65, they live on Facebook. Most other social media platforms that are growing, there are no older people on those platforms, and all the young people have left Facebook. So I think to myself, I'm going to market on the platforms that suit my audience, And again, you know, it's local community content, it's some paid advertising work. I think the community stuff that a lot of our partners do is great for local marketing, and we do a lot of it with them. Obviously, comparison sites, we are one of them, but you know, with us, you get to pay only on qualified delivery. So, you know, it's a low-cost way of achieving an exact outcome. And then the thing that maybe it's not really cheap, and maybe it's not really low cost, but the quality of content for a lot of care providers is subpar, and especially that their audiences are now so digitally native that, you know, you might want to think, if I need to invest a bit in 360 tour or video content or better photography or a slightly enhanced website, it's going to be well spent, because if you think the audience now are natives, I think, or at least the audience now use digital for every part of their life post-COVID.
It's your new shopfront, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to come and look at the outside of the care home until they do get to that point, but
Exactly.
they're going to look online, right?
And I think about the 45-year-old or the 50-year-old who right now is like working professionally, banks online, shops online, everything online. 10 years time, that's your customer. And so they won't probably call you, they'll probably inquire digitally for everything moving forward. So I think that change is so prevalent now that you have to kind of play in that space, even if it might cost you a bit more money.
I think lots of care operators talk about word of mouth has always worked really well for me, and I was like, right, great, it does, but there's all those people that hear about you, but go on your website, go on your social media, it looks rubbish, it's not talking to them, it's not communicating good messages, it's not showing positive content, so they just don't inquire. You never know about those, right? You know, so if you are getting high word of mouth, you probably would get a lot more if you had really good online content, you know, as well as then potentially attracting customers that have never heard of you at all.
I think the other thing, we did mystery shopping, and obviously we operate a marketplace and a CRM, and so we got to mystery shop, you know, hundreds of homes. It's like 68% of all inquiries aren't responded to. And if you think about that, I think it costs you so much to bring all these inquiries into the business. Like, the minimum you should do is have a very, you know, polished shop front, as it were. And so I think that, you know, I talk about it a lot at the moment, but care homes and the care sector need to have a stronger grasp on capturing data, organising data and responding to it properly. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be worked on, and a lot of those things are quite easy to do in silo.
Well, I mean, that potentially there's 30% out of 10 inquiries, there might be 3 inquiries sat there without a follow-up. So, you know, go check your inbox and make sure.
I mean, we listen to hundreds of these phone calls that come through. The wrong person will pick it up in the care home, they don't know where to log it, they write it on a post-it note, that's lost forever. Yet we've recorded it, so we're able to say, do you know that you lost this inquiry for, you know, someone who's physically impaired but actually relatively well, who's probably going to be a long-term residential, you know, resident. And so, yeah, it's a big thing, the lost revenue from that.
Lovely, all very interesting stuff. I think some really good tips in there. So I've got one big question for you about toast. So I mean, real toast, like putting bread in the toaster and making toast. We were having a debate this morning, the 5 and a Bite team, the breakfast table, about toast. Put some butter on it, put some jam on it. 2 of my team members says, hold on, I'll stop you there. What do you mean butter and jam? I said, well, yeah, butter and jam on top. They were like, no butter, just jam. What are you talking about? Where do you stand on this?
Butter and jam.
Yeah.
I mean, butter and Nutella. Butter with everything, to be honest with you.
Butter and peanut butter?
I'm actually allergic to nuts, so I'll have to depart
I'll let you off on that one. Lovely. Well, thank you for coming to the Meet the Speaker studio.
Thanks
Great to
very much.
speak to you, and good luck with your talk.
Thank you very much.
I would just do a little piece and say bye to our audience. We'll, thanks very much for watching. We'll have a little break for another 10 minutes and come back with another speaker shortly. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. And we are meeting another speaker. Adam, hello.
Hello, York. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Can you tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Adam Pennell, Director of Social Care at the Institute of Health and Social Care Management. We're a members-based institute that supports the leadership and development of managers and leaders in the country. And I'm also one of the hosts of the Caring View Social Care Chat Show.
Lovely. Tell me a bit about the Caring View. I love that show.
Oh, I love the Caring View as well. So the Caring View is myself and Mark Tops, the social care celebrity award trophy guy. And we, through the pandemic, did a lot of media, and we found that media was very selective on the stories they wanted to tell in social care. Unless you had something big and hard-hitting, they didn't want to hear from you, whereas what we wanted to do was make sure social care had a voice. So we developed the Caring View as a platform for everyone, really, and it's now been, a year and a half. We've got nearly 5,000 followers across all of our networks, and we're really there just to have, engaging live conversations that are no agenda, but stuff people want to hear about. There's no sort of kissing of feet and patting of backs. It's very honest, very raw, very open. We're at the Care Show tomorrow, doing controlling the cost of living crisis, and it's really just about making sure that we can bring all the new voices of care together and have a laugh. Have a good time, have some serious conversations, but have fun.
I think it's so important in care, isn't it? That we end up talking about people who use care dispassionately, and actually we're human beings, right? People want to have fun, people want to smile, people want to laugh. So.
And you never know what's going to happen. So, you can find us on YouTube, subscribe, it's all free, please go and do it. If you go and look at our Christmas episode from last year, we did get a striptease from yours truly, which I think was amazing. I'm probably going to get told off by you now for saying that, but it was like the highlight of Christmas for us. And so it's just about fun, actual fun.
So one of the themes that's come out today, I've chatted to lots of different people, and I've hooked around this idea of low-cost innovations, and we're discovering there's lots and lots of ways that people can implement just simple, low-cost things right now that can make an impact on the people that they look after. Talk to me about some low-cost innovations.
I love low-cost innovations. When everyone always talks about, I do a lot of work around innovating the sector. How do we bring some sort of real impactful change to care? And people go, oh, well, I'm developing this new system that's going to cost X thousand pounds and it's going to do this. And I was like, well, actually, I've got a Google Home at home which does exactly the same thing. So what I try and say to managers is, what do we do in our own houses? Because we don't have thousands of pounds, well, some people do, but I definitely don't, of expendable income to spend on lavish technology in my house. I do it as cheap as I possibly can to benefit me. So what do I do at home that could actually be transferred into a home? So, I have smart speakers all around my house, my TV and everything's connected to that. So people with dexterity issues, shove a Google Home in your TV and just say, hey Google, turn on my TV. So if you're listening to home and you've got Google, because I know how hard that is. But simple stuff like that makes things super accessible for people. The Google Homes I find, or Alexas, whichever, are really, really beneficial because let's say you're giving medication to someone and we've got to be able to make sure that the person we're giving medication to understands what the medication is. So, I don't know, let's say it's lansoprazole and they'll go, oh, what's lansoprazole for? I'll tell you what, why don't we ask Google? Let's learn together. Hey Google, what is lansoprazole? And it's a really good technique, not just to make lives easier for people, but to have those engaging conversations, to give that informed decisions and that informed knowledge, and really transcend how we deliver care. So little things, smart speakers, super simple, super cheap. You can pick them up for 20 quid, 30 quid nowadays, can't you? Little things like that. Yes, it comes with GDPR and how you're going to measure that in your information governance policies and all of that. But it's a step in the right direction.
And those things shouldn't stop you innovating. Just because there's a barrier in the way with GDPR or something else, you should find a way to make that work, right? Because there will always be a way to make it work.
Exactly. And streaming services are all the craze now. I can't sit here and tell you I know exactly how it works with media laws and what you need to have in your homes and do that. But I used to use YouTube Music, and I'm not shy about that. And they'd be like, oh, can we listen to some music? Yeah, sure. What's your favourite singer? Oh, I don't know, such and such. Oh, hey Google, play such and such. Oh my God, this is amazing. And before long, they were just choosing their own soundtracks each day. They were asking for songs that they wanted to play, and they were like, oh, can we have some dinner music when we have dinner? Yeah, sure, play piano music. And they could then have different types of music. It's just little things like that change the dimensions of what we do. Cheap, doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, and I think as well, as you get into a position in your life where you need to be in a care home, for example, the little things really matter, they really make a difference, and something that seems so trivial to us, it makes such a huge difference for people, doesn't it?
It does, and we need to get out of this mindset that just because you're living in care means you have to have some sort of exclusive thing designed for you. We still feel it very secular, so it's like I will go home and I will use this cutlery and I will use this mug and I will have this and this will be my cushion and etc etc etc. But you're in a care home, so it needs to look like this and it needs to be clinical and it needs to be that one. Actually, no, they're just people living in a home, so why can't we have the same things that we have at home in a care home, in a care setting, no matter what that setting is? And how can we make that so it's like life, it's like normal life, and they're not being treated any different? We need to get into that mindset. And looking outside of things, let's not look insular, let's not look at what the care sector's doing. Sorry for everyone here who's a care sector innovator, but let's look at other industries where things have worked. Let's have a look at, I don't know, hospitality, where we've made things in hotel rooms accessible for people in the hotel rooms. How can that be applied to people who live in care? Simple things like that to bring into it, I think would be, just tremendous.
I love it. Yeah, it does sound. There's so much that we can do that's so simple that we get sort of we trip ourselves up, and I think just go for it. Someone mentioned YouTube. So
Yes.
It's such a great resource. What comedy sketches do you like?
Oh.
Can we learn about X? Can we? And I use it a lot with my children. We would say, it's really interesting. Can we learn? How can we learn about that? How can we learn about these numbers or this particular way of doing things? So I think it's really.
And as we try and become more inclusive, we used to do round the world meal days and things like that. We would watch cooking shows around certain types of food. We would have, I don't know, an Oscars quiz. So why don't we use clips from movies on YouTube and do it like that? It allows you to bring knowledge that was once upon a day only accessible if you subscribe to Britannia's encyclopedias. You can now get it at the click of a button. So it's just fantastic what we can now do in the sector.
Lovely. Any other thoughts? Any other ideas that you want to put forward for people to?
I would just say, think about what the people you're supporting want, not what you want. So don't think about how this will make your job easier first. Think about what it is that the people need to find easier. So we've always got to look at the impact at the service delivery and then think about ourselves afterwards. So just scope it, what do you struggle with day to day? What would you like to have more access to? What did you used to have access to that you no longer have access to? How can we provide that back to you, It's about things like that. Don't get caught up on, let's get dexterity adapted cutlery and crockery. That's great, but that should be standard. That's what you should be doing anyway. That's a given for a care setting. It's equal opportunities, it's accessible. For everything else, just find out what matters to people and go from there and learn with them, go with them on it, and it's really, really important.
A million separate care plans.
Well, exactly. But it's not even having to do a million separate care plans. If we're wise about how we care plan stuff, it can all be put together. It doesn't have to be arduous work. We just need to be, the regulator has a part to play in this. They have to be able to be open to a new way of working now. They have to be open to new care plans. They have to be open to new record keeping. It can't just be the same as we've always done because it just won't marry.
Lovely. Right, so I've got one last question for you. Big one. It's about toast.
Okay.
So literal toast, butter in the toaster.
I'm not putting butter in my toaster, mate.
Bread in the toaster. Right, so breakfast this morning, 5 in a Bite team, we were discussing toast, as you do at breakfast, makes sense. Butter on it, bit of jam. 2 of my team stopped me and went, what do you mean, butter and jam? I just put jam on the toast. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So where do you stand?
I'm supposing you sacked them on the spot.
Well, yeah, I have, yeah. They're no longer with us,
butter on everything.
Absolutely.
Has to be, and it's got to be piping hot. So I like it so the toast is just golden, crack it slightly so that when you butter it, it seeps in, and then your jam on. But I'm a peanut butter guy, so the peanut butter has to go on while it's hot as well.
Yeah, so I'm that bit butter on, peanut butter on with that, then it all melts together, and then you spread it. And even pro tip, if you don't time it right, just 30 seconds under the grill. Just takes the edge off that peanut butter. But
you've got to have the butter on. I don't eat toast. I don't really eat butter anymore. We go to olive oil substitutes, and it's rubbish.
Same for you.
It's not. It's Lurpak. Come on. Lurpak fixes broken hearts. Lurpak's amazing. Also breaks your heart, which is why I don't eat it anymore. But no, it always has to have really thick butter.
Nice. Good. Okay. Well, we're agreed on that one. So I think we are ready to go. We're ready to go back out live to Steph. So Steph is out on the show floor, ready to go. So over to you, Steph.
Hello again. I am back right at the front of the exhibition hall with Omi on stand C10. I'm here with Mishka from Omi. Hi Mishka, how are you?
Very well, very well. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming and visiting us.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, this is a really, really exciting store. We've got lots of interactivity going on. But first of all, Mishka, just tell me a little bit about Omi. What is it?
Okay. Omi is actually stands for OM Interactive. We as a company have been established since 2005, and we specialize in the development of motion-activated sensory systems. What is it? What does it actually mean, you may ask? I know, I can read your mind. So, it's essentially what we do. We provide sensory stimulation through motion, as opposed to touch screens like this. So you see, you make a movement and something happens. You get an instant gratification, okay, an instant response. That's what we do. So we design the technology, the hardware, the software, and the activities.
Lovely. And who is it beneficial to?
Okay, so we are here at the Care Show. This is one of our sectors where this technology is being used in many care homes, hundreds of care homes across the UK, for people to engage, and it's motivating them to engage physically, so they need to do something in order for something to happen. It's also cognitive. There are quizzes, there are questions and answers that they need to engage in through the motion. And the beauty of that is also that all this activity is done in a social setting. So it helps them actually to socially engage in a group, as opposed to being isolated and introverted. They have an opportunity to engage with a group of other people.
Brilliant. And in care settings, what's some of the feedback that you've heard from both residents and the team members that work there about the tables?
Yeah, well, there's very, very good feedbacks, and it works word of mouth, and we're doing demonstrations. And what it does essentially, how does it work? It's, you know, it's an interesting thing because it's not a must. It's not food. It's not hygiene. It's not a must. It's kind of an optional, but it's sensory stimulation, and there's more and more awareness, and people can actually see more and more that what it does, it actually gets people out of their skin, out of the comfort zone. It gets them to engage. So in some cases, we get stories from people like Doris, yes? This lady would never open her eyes like this all the time. Don't want to engage, nothing. Within 5 minutes with this, she was engaging, and she wanted to engage, obviously, and she was taking over the whole of the table or the floor, for example, yeah? And there's so many other examples of these kind of scenarios where, because, how shall I put it, because it is not inhibitive and it's easy to engage just through movement, there's no wrong move. Everything you do is right move. So it has a tendency of engaging people easier and putting a big smile on their face. And that has a very big value, and that improves the well-being.
Absolutely. And obviously we have kind of fishes, a bit of a water scene on the table right now. Yeah. What other things can you do with the table? What are some of the favorites?
Okay, well, for example, if we go here, we talk about 1960s nostalgia. This is an example here. And what it is, it's a very simple concept here that is talking about memory recall. So if you can imagine, we can do it together. See, we engage. And what we do, we uncover different objects from the 60s. So they bound to bring up some memories amongst the people, and that will prompt conversation. So, oh, I used to have one of those. My mother, my father, and so on. So that brings a conversation. And while this is happening, you can see this is fading back. So we can't just sit there. We need to continuously doing that if we want to talk about that. Okay? So that engages creating a conversation. The other thing there is that if I freeze interaction, which I just did, we can also help them with short-term memory. So now we've seen these objects, we had a good discussion, and now I froze the interaction, it does not work. I want to ask you, which objects do you remember?
A yellow chair.
Right, okay, where was it? Do you remember?
Here-ish.
Okay, what other objects do you remember? So you see where I'm going with that. So if we have a group here with people with dementia or without dementia, anybody in care, let alone fully cognitively abled people, it's a fun game that we can engage in a discussion and an argument perhaps. As opposed to sitting like this, we can have a discussion. Okay, and this is the beauty. So once we're doing it on here, on a table, the beauty of that system is that it is height adjustable and it's portable. So what we can do, we can actually lower it onto the floor, so that helps activate lower limbs. So they can walk, play games, one foot, the other foot, balance, and so on and so forth. And the other thing that we find that in some homes, they taken it to the residents' rooms to cheer them up. Sometimes you even project it onto the bed linen to help.
So that's good for people who are stuck in their beds.
Cheer them up, yeah. Or just engage them in their bed, or cheer them up and get them to actually come out of bed and engage in an activity. And this is really very, very rewarding for everybody involved, including the carers themselves. Because when they're doing an activity and everybody is engaged, and you have 5 or 6 people with one carer or no carer, by the way, they can actually use it themselves. It's very more time, but more importantly, when the residents are happy and they're smiling and they're content, it's a lot easier to work with them. What we hear from some homes, it helps staff retention.
Brilliant. And I'm sure it really helps them to build a relationship with those residents as well. This is a talking point, isn't it, really?
Absolutely. There is another thing, depending how much time do you have.
Plenty.
Okay. So the other thing here is something called the Life Stories Initiative. What is Life Stories? You were talking about getting to know somebody. So there is the ability to actually edit and personalize the content. Let me just have a look. I think I have a
That's
content.
amazing. Using their own photos, I suppose.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So life story. Here we go. So we can have it locked like this. This one does not lock. This is with the password protected. So life stories. So somebody is providing, for example, family black and white. Let me have a look. Okay, family holiday. Okay, so this is an example of a life story of a specific resident that if the carers want to get to know more about them, if they have the time, obviously, time allowing, because we know time is precious, so they can upload and create an album. Let's have a look. This is my family. Do you remember? Oh, that's me over here.
And then they can reminisce.
They can reminisce and they can discuss. But not only this, so we have this following by another image of their profession, their hobbies, their hometown, their wife, their children, their grandchildren. So it becomes more person-centered care. The potential is there for them to create it, or we can provide a service of customization. And this is very important from all perspectives. And I can tell you that CQC in particular, they love that aspect of it. And they love when somebody has a Mobi. And why I say the Mobi? Why do they know? Do they know about that? That's the other thing. This is one of the awards that we won in 2018. Okay, just one of them. Every award that we entered for Product of the Year award, we won.
That's a real testament to the company then, isn't it?
Thank you very much. That is a fact, so I can't argue with that. And I tell you why. The reason for that, what they found in this technology, because it's appealing to a very, very wide range of service users. From those that are cognitively able but physically a little bit frail to those on the other side of the scale. Okay, it appeals to all of them. That's number one. Number two, easy to use. And number three, more importantly, that it's mobile. This unit can be deployed anywhere you want. Okay? So this is the kind of thing, and that's why we win all these awards.
Amazing. What a lovely summary. Thank you, Mishka. Tell me a little bit about who you'd like to come over to the stand over the next day and a half.
What we would like to do, we would like to engage with many of the care providers that are looking to increase the activity provision within their facilities. So we're talking about care homes, nursery homes, talking about groups, about individual homes. We'd love to talk to them and tell them what I just told you. And not only this, but we're also offering on-site demonstrations, because what we found over the 17 years that we're in business, we've been there for a long time, and I'm not going to be there for another 17 years, believe me, is the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Is when we're doing demonstrations for people, and they can actually see how people respond, they see the emotions and the responses that we can generate, then they see the value. Otherwise, I can talk here for hours on end. You think it's great, but when you see your own residents responding to that, and you go, wow, we never seen him or her doing that for 5 years. welcome. Please come and see us.
The proof is in the pudding. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Mishka.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
And you can see Mishka and Co at C10, which is literally as you come through the entrance of the hall, just turn right and he'll be here ready to show you a demonstration on this amazing table. Okay, that's all from me. I will see you very soon.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. We are having a fantastic day at the Care Show. Very busy, very buzzy. We've got another speaker joining us very soon, and we will, and people distracting me in the background. We'll come back to you very soon. So see you shortly. Speaker Studio, and we have a new speaker with us. Nadra, hello.
Hello, hi, good to be here.
Could you tell us who you are and what you do?
Yes, so I'm Nadra Ahmed. I'm the Executive Chairman of National Care Association, and we look after small to medium-sized providers predominantly, so we're a representative body. But I also chair the Care Provider Alliance, which is an alliance of all the national bodies. We come under one umbrella with shared visions, thoughts and lobbying. So we have the same sorts of aims and objectives. So it's organisations like National Care Association, it will be National Care Forum, Care England. We all sit around the same the mental health charities. So we're all together and we meet on a weekly basis. So when you hear all the negativity around us being a disunited sector, I think people just need to look at what the CPA does, what is on our website, the advice we put out, the information we put out, and that comes under the umbrella of the CPA. So we all do our own thing, but we also come together on really important issues.
Yeah, and I see that. I know Martin and the team
Vic,
from
and Jane,
You've all got the same messages, really. Saying the same stuff. So
we sometimes have a slightly different tweak to the message,
or an emphasis, because you do ultimately you serve different types of providers, right?
And I think that's the beauty of the sector we're in. We've got to understand and remember that social care is bigger than only care homes. We are a very, very large, a very broad church, if you like. I always use the example of it being a patchwork quilt that has so many facets, and we support so many different people in so many different ways, that when people talk about social care, they sometimes only think about old people's homes. But we cover everything. Home care is a really big part of our world, because obviously sending people home, keeping people home, all of those things are a big issue for us. So in many ways we need to widen the narrative around what social care contributes to communities as a whole.
Yeah, I always say if sort of social care is the NHS's poor cousin, what's LD, right? Like learning disabilities get even less attention than elderly care and things like that. So it's real.
I mean, I think the value of social care is always underestimated, and we have to talk ourselves up. We have to change the narrative to talk about what a difference we make in people's lives. We employ more people than the NHS does. We contribute 40 plus billion back into the economy as an industry. And you look around here, the number of people in a show like this who are showing the wares, the innovation that's going on, which serves the community that is social care, you can see just the difference that it makes. Somebody will walk away from here thinking, well, I didn't know that data was available. I didn't know that technology was available. People will be looking at the latest beds that are available to support people. They might be looking at the latest food options, So it is such a big industry. Laundry options, as I've walked around today, you think from even 5-10 years ago, just how much we've progressed. That is all feeding the economy.
Yeah. So it's really, because I think we forget quite quickly that every day extraordinary things happen in the social care sector, and that's normal for us, right? Yeah. So we don't talk about them. Part of my company's vision is to spread that word about that and say actually, every single day in care homes and LD settings, in home care, there's extraordinary acts of kindness and humanity given. Yeah, it's just not. We don't talk about it.
And I think that's a really important message, because it's ordinary people who are making an extraordinary difference in the lives of those who need it. So if we look at the workforce, and sometimes people go, well, I couldn't possibly do that. Sometimes that ordinary thought, if it's turned into making one small difference in somebody's life, is an extraordinary achievement. And I think we need to get messages out there about the value of social care to the person who needs it when they need it, you know. And there are quite worrying, disappointing, whatever term you want to use, stories out there about unmet needs. So the people who are not able to receive the care that they need and deserve, because we can't get that workforce into place. So that's the worrying thing for us consistently.
We've talked a lot today about sort of low-cost innovations in the care sector. So looking for great tips, hints to share with people, and whether that be around the multitude of challenges that care providers have every day. Do you have any ideas? Do you have anything that you've experienced that you might like to share?
I think the one thing that when I was a provider as well, now it's many years ago, but one of the things that I always used to talk about was about being open services, you know, enabling, because care services are all across the country in different settings. It's important for people to know, A, that you're there, B, what you do, and C, how they can become involved. So those are the things that people will look at. And now what we've got is all sorts of technology. We've got, you know, Facebooks, we've got, you know, Twitter and everything else. Making sure that you get your messages across, all the positivity around your service is important. And that's not only important for communities around you, but it's also important for your clinicians, everybody to be looking at that and saying, well, that sounds really exciting. Look, they've turned their back garden into a beach today for the residents. And they're all sitting there having ice cream with their sunglasses on. Now that takes a bit of planning, but actually it doesn't have to be an enormous cost. To put a smile on people's faces doesn't take much. And I think when people start to look at the different innovative things you can do, one of the things, you know, not very long ago, I went into a care service and there were all these, you know, the washing tubs that you have in a sink, and they were all sitting on tables around the lounges. And I sort of sat there and thought, well, this is a funny thing to have on a table. And they said, oh, it's washing day today. So all the ladies and gentlemen who were in the service, it was mostly ladies, would be given some handkerchiefs and things, and they would sit there with some warm water and soapy water, and that's what they were doing. They were washing dishes, or they were washing, but it was an exercise of remembering what they would have done in their own homes as well. And I thought it was such a simple idea, but it was, you know, I sat there for a little while, and I had a meeting, came out, and they were then clearing up. But it was a whole 2.5 hours worth of exercise, people talking to each other. I said, oh, that's a nice blue colour. Where'd you get that? You know, people with mild forms of dementia. So I think there are things that people can do in their own services. You know, I was chairing a debate today around cameras in care homes, for example. Now that's not a cheap innovation, but is it something that you might want to think about, because it takes away some stress about making sure that we can safeguard the people that we care for. So is it right or is it wrong? It was a heated debate. You know, there were providers there were people who were very passionate about it. But I think it's important to have that discussion, to open your minds up to different things. It doesn't always have to be a massive effort or cost a huge amount of money. Just need to look around and see what is it that somebody did when they were at home, and how can you then replicate that into their new environment.
Yeah. So you're soon going to be going to give your reflections on the day, on the talks. What have you learned today? What have you taken? What's your big takeaway from the day?
Well, I think there's been a raucous party in the keynote theatre, from what I can tell by Ian. So, you know, which is lovely. It's about that motivational, make the feel-good factor. How can you then, you know, bring that about? Conversations going on about dementia today, which really are very, very important, key. There have been reflections around women in empowerment of women in social care. And I worry about gender bias in either way. But you know, we are a female-dominated industry, and why is there a glass ceiling, or is there a glass ceiling? You know, when you go into. So I think those have been really important conversations, and the thing is, what we want is to have the conversation so people can go away and think through what they've learned today and how they can actually replicate some of their learning into their own services.
Lovely. Thank you very much for coming and talk to us, and good luck with your final remarks. And I'll just say goodbye, and we'll hand over. So thank you, Nadja. So thanks to Nadja for coming into the studio. We'll be back with you shortly, in about 5 minutes or so, and we'll talk to Toby Ali-Usman. Hello, welcome back to the Meet the Speaker studio. This is our last interview of the day. We've interviewed many people today, and the privilege of the last interview is with Toby. So, Toby, tell everyone who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so my name's Toby.
Toby did warn me in advance that he might have a little cough. So
I've had a man flu, and I'm on the way back.
Yeah.
It's not COVID.
As we speak, one of my team will be rushing to get you a water, just so you know.
I love that. Your team's fantastic.
They're there. Everyone's paying attention. Even Jack over there on his phone, paying attention, getting the water for Toby because he's got a little bit of a cough. Go, Jack, go. Get Toby a water.
So my name's Toby Ellie Osman. I'm the Marketing Strategy Director at Smooth Digital. Smooth Digital is a care sector focused digital marketing agency, and we help care homes and home care providers attract private clients for their home care business or their care home, or also attract staff as well using digital marketing.
Big balance towards that, lots of recruitment at the moment.
I would say it's still attracting private clients. Oh, look at that, fantastic.
There you go, service straight to you by the 500 Bike team.
Can I just say, 500 Bike's been fantastic today.
Oh, thank you.
Your whole team running around, providing value to all the guests. Fantastic. So good job, 500 Bike team. Awesome. But in terms of the balance, it's still probably about 60-40 in terms of attracting private clients, but recruitment has become a bigger need.
So today we've talked a lot about kind of low-cost innovations that people can implement to help, and on your side of things, talking about marketing recruitment, what have you got some tips for people, stuff that they can just, if I'm watching this video, I just want to take something away, what action could I take to help me with the
Absolutely, I would say by the book, they ask, you answer. And what it is, it's the simplest way to create content marketing. And it's all around what are the questions that your potential customers will be asking before they become a customer, and what are the questions that your potential employees will be asking. So let's say, for example, someone came to your website and a question that your recruiters usually get about a concern becoming a carer is XYZ. If they came to your website and they saw question and answer how XYZ can happen, and real, great quality video potentially of your team actually explaining that answer, what happens is you're first of all providing valuable content, and it doesn't have to be a swanky video.
No, it absolutely doesn't have to be, right? It
Absolutely.
can be, as long as it's good and interesting.
Absolutely.
That's fine, yeah.
And what you're doing is you're leading that person down the funnel. So first of all, there's the awareness, and then once you've got the awareness, there might be a particular questions they have in mind. If you can answer those questions, what you do is you become not just a potential provider or a potential employer, you become that thought leader. You can actually give them the information to the questions that they asked and progress them through.
Applying professional content works best at the top and the bottom of the funnel.
Absolutely.
So it's like when you really want to tip someone over the edge, you use really powerful content to get them to apply.
Yeah.
But if you want to drive awareness, you use really powerful content to get. But the stuff in the middle, answering this question, just create it.
To give you an example of top of the funnel, let's say someone's looking for care, but they don't know whether it should be living care or a care home. What you want to do is create, it could be a blog, written content, or video, living care versus care homes, the pros and cons. And what you want to do is make sure that you are being unbiased. If someone starts to feel that you're swaying them down one direction because you happen to be a care home, it's the fastest way to lose trust. So give unbiased information and just help that person who's on that journey.
I think marketing's very much about, if you try and trick people into working with you, buying from you, you're going to end up with bad customers, people who are unhappy because it's not going to work. So, as much as you think, a lot of people might think marketing is about polishing up something to make it look great, but then behind it it's not. I think it doesn't really work properly.
That's right.
So you've got to have a good company, you've got to want to do good and serve people well, otherwise it doesn't work, I don't think.
Absolutely, and even if those individuals don't become customers to you, they will have a good feel of that organisation. And when it comes to maybe speaking to a friend who might need care, it'll be on the top of the tongue in terms of referrals as well.
And you did a talk today, you were involved in a talk. How was
we
that?
had a talk, it was good, it was packed. It was recruiting care workers, social media versus
jobs boards, and something else.
Sponsored licenses.
Yeah.
So it was great. We had a representative from Indeed, we had an immigration lawyer, and the audience really did ask really great questions when it comes to how do they get onto social media? What are some of the basics? What are some best practices as well that you can include?
Which one? Who won?
You got to ask the audience or watch back the replay.
All right, lovely, good.
Yeah.
So I've got one.
But my thing is, I'm a big fan of being omnipresent. You know, gone are the days where it's just using marketing as a tick box exercise where you only choose one. I believe you should be doing job boards. You should be doing digital marketing, social media, and we're now at a place where people are exhausting their options, so they are looking out overseas for care workers, and some people are getting a really good result as well.
So I've got one last big question for you, and it's about toast.
Toast?
Toast.
Okay.
So this morning at breakfast, the Father and Mike team were having a debate about talking about toast, about how much we all love toast, and so I get the toast, put the butter on it, bit of jam on top, and my team stopped me, or two of the team members, and said, "What do you mean butter and jam?"
Okay.
I went, What are you talking about? It's just jam. Why would you have the butter? Mix it with the jam. Where do you stand on this?
I don't like bread.
Okay.
but I shouldn't really be eating bread. It doesn't work well with me. But growing up, definitely butter, jam, and maybe even peanut butter as well.
Peanut butter as well, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a
why
bite.
not? So there you go. The big
What was
questions
you?
are answered
What was
here.
yours?
I'm butter and jam, man.
Butter and jam.
Yeah,
who was just saying butter by itself? Which individual? Yeah, you need to invite him to the wildlife of. You need to get peanut butter in there as well, buddy.
We've got a toaster at the office and everything.
Oh, yeah?
I could do some samples at the office. Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Well,
awesome.
lovely. Thanks for coming along, Toby. Thanks for
Thanks for having me. Very cozy. Now, all I need now is just some tea.
Exhibitor drinks.
Why not? Let's do it.
Right, well, so I'm going to close the show now. So thank you very much for watching today, and thank you very much for joining us here at the Care Show. We will be live from 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.